जनगण अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष
So the first ball, that's well played. That's played in the gap for a single. So Australia start well here. Start well the proceedings here. So Australia, top of the group with 3 wins and a loss from their 4 games, and definitely will look to end their group stages on a high, because pretty important to see that they end the tournament. But at the other end, India have to ensure that they can also just get that momentum by beating Australia, and especially if they can beat the heavyweights, in fact, who have done really well in the tournament. That would be a great start for India. That's a good line to bowl. Well left that by the batter. So pretty much the field for India as far as the first power play is concerned. They can be 3 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. So very important for Australia, in fact, to capitalize on these overs. Once again, that's a good line, but then this time a white signal by the umpire. Just that bit of swing and movement, because we've seen in this particular ground such a good batting wicket, and when the sun is on, a lot of balls come on to the bat, and if they can see through the new ball, that would be a good thing for Australia. That's well played. That's protection there at deep point. So just a single. So as far as India are concerned, they have set a pretty decent field here. They have a slip and a not an exact gully, a point kind of a fielder. That's well played once again. Just a single on this occasion. So as I was speaking, they have set a very fine third man in between the slip and the gully, which is more like a backward point, maybe. Yeah, kind of a backward point kind of a fielder. So he's in between both those fielders. The third man is set on the boundary. That's well played once again. So Australia would be pretty happy with this start, because 4 runs coming comfortably of those 5, and pretty much Australia have had pretty big scores, and this one being a batting wicket, they definitely didn't have any hesitation to bat first on the superb track. That's such a very good wicket, this one. That's flicked. They go for a quick single, and the running between wickets from ball 1 has been very good. So that brings the first over to an end. So end of the first over. Australia are 5 for no loss. So the skipper comes on to bowl from this particular end. That is the other end. So Darren Smith and Peter O'Reilly have really batted well. So could start this. So skipper Avinash Kumar to bowl the second over. That's well played once again. Keeps it on the perfect length. Always throughout this tournament, Avinash Kumar has been pretty much there, operating with the new ball and ensuring that he is hitting the right length. Once again, well played. He goes for a quick single. So pretty much there, pretty much very important for the Australia openers to just run the way that they have run. Even up to this point, have had close to 5 singles. In fact, the other run coming off an extra white ball. So very important for them to play the ball through. So the skipper himself having a fine leg there, and yeah, that's well played. So hitting the lens perfect there. So have to build those dot balls, not let Australia get those singles comfortably. Pretty important for them to ensure that keeping the pressure on the Indian bowlers. Once again, that's well played. So pretty comfortable from ball 1, which shows that the wicket is really good to bat. Once again, that's easily played onto the onside. So these singles, will definitely make the Australian batters settle. And indeed, we have spoken a lot about this fact that on this particular ground, even 290 has been chased down, and the West Indies pretty much coming close. The game against India, chasing 301. So this is a perfect wicket to bat on. So that's well defended. End of the second over. 8 for no loss, Australia. So we're going to continue from this particular end, and so that's a good ball to start the third over. Pretty much hitting the decent lines over here, India. Very important for them to ensure that they keep the length intact, because we've seen Australia, such a great batting lineup that they are, in fact, they're very good in getting those big scores. Which, in fact, honestly speaking, more of the times we talk about those boundaries, but what Australia have done perfectly well is that they have ensured that they are getting those singles in the initial phase. So that is helping them to get those boundaries in the back end. They are, pretty easy on the bat. So, that just shows of high quality team that they are, and the way they have dominated in this particular tournament. Once again, that's well defended. So just a single run of this over from Viren himself, the bowler. So going with a pretty similar field here, and India will ensure that they need not give those singles easily, because that tends to settle the batsman. Once again, well bowled. But one good thing India have done is they have, by not hitting those boundaries, they've ensured that at least they're maintaining the shine of the ball, because till the moment there is some shine on the ball, it'll definitely help the Indian bowlers. Pretty much important that. Once again, that's very well played. So good bowling this from Viren Patel. So end of 3 overs, a pretty good over this for India. Just one run coming off it. So end of the third over, 9 for no loss, Australia. A single to start off the fourth over, and India pretty much happy with the start, and Australia would definitely analyze this wicket is very good to bat on, and if batters can take the time to settle in, no better wicket to get a very 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 big score. Just a misfield there. Oh, just throw missing the stump. So Australia get a single on that misfield, and very important for them to understand that if they're gonna play for at least 10 to 12 overs on this wicket, it's very difficult. Oh, that's bowled beautifully. And just looking at the replay, we would know just what the ball has done here. Tossed it up beautifully. Oh, just a half chance there. That's cut well. A quick stop there. They might go for the second run on the misfield. No, they decide not to in the end. So India would definitely be considerably happy with the start. Just a wicket would be an icing on the cake at this point in time for India. But meanwhile, at the other end, Australia would think that they need to play through and just play on for a while. Once again, that's beautiful bowling. So Avinash Kumar once again delivering with the new ball for India. So that's the conclusion of the fourth over for India. End of 4 overs, 12 for no loss, Australia. Oh, that's a beautiful ball that definitely did something off the wicket. Very, very important for India to understand that movement of the surface is very, very important. And at this point in time, if they can get a wicket, that would help them. Oh, off the edge, in between the fielders. So that's a boundary for Australia. The first boundary, indeed, for them. And Varian Patel would just be, not so uh, concerned about that boundary, because he bowled it in the right spot and just went between the fielders. So the third man fielder is now pushed finer now towards like an actual third man position. Near to the side screen, to be very precise. Oh, that's a lovely ball. Keeping low that. So interestingly, India are keeping it on the right lens, so going through the right path, and Australia at the other end just need to see through the new ball and just take the runs that come their way. And at the end of the 10th over mark, if these two can stay with the runs that come their way, it will be very helpful. That's once again played in the gap. Fine shot, just short of a length, and Darren Smith was definitely up to that occasion. So as we can see the replay there, he ensures that once he sees the ball just short, was on the back foot and pretty comfortably hit it for 4. So Varian Patel once again a beautiful length. So he's pitching it on that length, definitely putting the batsman in that corridor of uncertainty, as they call it, because from that length the batters can sometimes just put them in that doubt that whether they can play the ball or not, whether to leave it or to play it. Once again, beautiful bowling. So despite both those boundaries, Australia definitely have had a good over, but India won't mind both those boundaries with the lengths that they are bowling. End of the 5th over, 24 no loss, Australia. So Avinash Kumar, the skipper, to continue for his 3rd over, and that's well played. Just beats the fielder, and he's onto the chase, and they will get a couple of runs comfortably in the end. So Avinash Kumar is having a similar field, a fine leg in place for him. Once again, beautifully played. Keeping the lens tight and not that helping for the oh, that's well bowled. Once again, just very lucky. That's gone for a boundary signal, leg bias by the umpire, but India would be pretty happy with that ball. So although the Australian batters have managed to play for a while, India are just short of that wicket. Looks like at any point in time India would manage to get that wicket from here. So the left arm spinner coming in, Avinash Kumar, that's a beauty. So keeping the length very, very tight, and considerably apart from that one short ball, I think India have just been on the line. That's well played once again. Beautifully picks the gap. Indeed, that goes for a boundary. So very good on the cut shot. Both the batters here have got a lot of runs of that particular shot. This time around, Peter O'Reilly, trying to go on the back foot, and even if it's slightly short of length, the Australian batters definitely not hesitant to play the ball on the back foot. Very important for them to have that in mind and keep the lens very tight indeed. So that's beautiful bowling. That's a very good comeback. So 10 runs coming off the over, and pretty good over for Australia. At the end of 6 overs, Australia 30 for no loss. That's flicked down the pads, and a comfortable boundary there for Australia to start the 6th over, just drifting down the pads. And Darren Smith was just up to the occasion, so India must ensure that they just keep it in line, because all these balls down the leg side, easy pickings there for Darren Smith. So that's pretty well left. So the boundary coming on the first ball, and that pretty much puts the pressure back on the bowler. This time comfortable on the pads once again, and a chase there for the fielder. Australia comfortably get 2 runs in the end. So that's the pretty important factor of getting the boundary of the very first ball, targeting the first ball of the over, because when a batter can target that first ball of an over, it puts instantly pressure on the next 5 balls of the over. So on the bowler, so pretty much doing that here, Australia. That's pretty well bowled. So 6 runs of the first four balls. In fact, 3 runs coming on the first 4 balls. In fact, just a single coming on the first ball, right? So yeah, and staying at the crease here, both these batters. Once again, that's great length to bowl. So watching the ball well here, both the Australian batters, ensuring that they just pick the right ball to get those runs, because they know that if one batter can settle through and play long innings, it will be very, very comfortable for them. So final ball of the 7th over. That's pretty well played, pretty well defended. So a pretty decent over here for India. End of 7 overs. Australia, going pretty steady. 33 for no loss. That's cut well, fiercely cut. They'll get the desired result. A boundary there for Australia. So settling in here, the Australian batters anything short, and they are definitely ready to put it away. And they've been consistently doing this. Both the batters have ensured that they need to stay through, and the run rate pretty steady at 5.16. So India have to get that breakthrough just that point, because if they can bat through the first 15 overs, say the first power play, and once the batters are set, pretty tough for the opposition to slow down the run flow, because we have seen that in most of the matches at this particular venue, and particularly from this end, the leg side slightly shorter. They get a single to fine leg, and they looked for a couple there, but then was pretty quick there. I think the field Viren over there, yeah. Ensure that they just got a single in the end. So 5 runs have come off the very first balls was over. That's once again very well played on the back foot, and that's a chase for the fielder, and the ball wins the race indeed. So that's the second boundary coming over, and just India at the moment feeding those lengths here for Australia to be pretty precise, because we know both the batters are very much settled out there at the crease, and if they're going to see anything short, they would have no hesitation putting the ball away for 4. Australia, pretty strong with the bat, as always, have ensured that they're keeping the lens tight, they're keeping the lens intact. Oh, that's pretty well bowled. That's very well left. But then 9 runs coming off this over. Pretty good over for Australia. That's well defended. So as we're speaking, pretty good over for Australia here. 9 runs coming off it. 42 for no loss. End of the 8th over. Australia. That's well played this time, but there's protection there. They have a man at the offside boundary. So standing like a wide long of a kind of a field at for India, like a cover point. Once again, well defended. So pretty much the length being perfect, and 4 balls to go in the 9th over. Oh, that's very good bowling. So Viren Patel although has just given those short balls, but then other than that, maybe 2-3 boundaries, but otherwise been perfect with those lengths. He's hit that right off stump length, but to be pretty precise, very unlucky, not to get a wicket despite bowling that length beautifully. And once again, that's pretty well blocked by Peter O'Reilly. So pretty good over up to now. Just 1 run coming with the first 4 balls, and Australia will look to get end this over pretty well. That's well hit, but there's protection there inside the infield. Yeah, so just 1 run coming in the first 5 balls. Pretty good over this one for India, and if they can go well, that would help their proceedings up front in this over. So final ball, very well defended. So Viren Patel going pretty well at the moment. End of the 9th over, Australia 43 for no loss. So Ratan Sharma to bowl from the end of the skipper, so who was bowling Avinash Kumar. Ratan to continue from that end. So Ratan Sharma replacing Avinash Kumar for the 10th over. So has an interesting field. Has set one man at the deep square leg boundary. In fact, on the point boundary. Beg your pardon, on the point boundary. Yes, as we're speaking, the ball goes to that region. Just a single to start the 10th over, and pretty much, yeah, that's the field there, and a more protected offside. So looks like he's gonna keep it more on off stump. Pretty confident of that, Ratan Sharma here, the left arm spinner. That's very well pulled, superbly pulled by Peter O'Reilly, and that's a boundary. Once again, just a little bit short, and bounces on that. Peter O'Reilly, no real difficulty for the Australian batters at the moment. Yes, what they are doing is they are punishing the loose balls, and just respecting the good balls, and indeed that's helping them to get their runs. right there. So very, very important. Once again, very well defended. Once again, beautifully defended. So after that boundary, 3 dot balls, and just 5 runs coming off the last ball of the 9th over. Ends the over well. So just 5 runs coming off it despite the boundary. Good comeback there from Ratan Sharma to end the over. End of the 10th over. Australia pretty much steady, 48 for no loss. So Viren Patel to continue from this end. That's very well cut. There is protection there at the sweeper cover boundary, so they'll get a single. So Viren Patel ensuring that he's protected the offside boundary perfectly. In fact, all those 3 fielders outside the 30-yard circle are placed at the offside boundary. One like a cover point, sweeper cover, and a third man. A traditional third man that's in place. Once again, a quick single. So very comfortable, the Australian batters on the back foot. So it would be better for India to if they can play it, play Australian batters, let them play the ball forward. So very important that in case of India, yes, although even on the front foot they've been pretty good blocking the ball, the Australian batters, but then keep it right there would definitely help India get a wicket, because with time, with a lot of balls that the batters face, because at one end Darren Smith has played around 27 balls and striking close to 90 here, and Peter O'Reilly has faced 36 balls, so pretty much settle both the batters. So the more the time they play, that'll be good for Australia. Once again, a good length, so keep it right there, because as long as both these batters are at the crease and pretty much settled, and if at both ends they start attacking, it might be dangerous for India. So pretty important that they get that wicket as early as possible, at least within the next 3-4 overs. That's well driven, beautifully driven, just a single. This time on the front foot with the shot, was perfect with the call there, and was running through. Very well played that. So end of 11 overs, 51 for no loss, Australia. once again on the cut shot. So they've set that field, and India keep bowling that length shorter and shorter. More important and more easier it becomes for the Australian batters to keep playing. Once again a dot ball on that occasion. So Ratan Sharma onto his second over, just conceded 5 runs in the previous over. He's coming on to bowl the third ball. Once again beautifully defended. So indeed pretty important for Australia to play through, and they have done that with ease. I mean, haven't really found it difficult, the Australian batters. That's very well played. Tried to stop the ball there, but eventually that reaches the boundary. So just a bit on the leg side and comfortably hit for a 4. So this is the moment that Australian batters were waiting for. When you play through for a while, what tends to happen is the boundaries come on itself. The bowlers start pulling just those loose balls. I mean, they will tend to bowl that loose ball 2 overs once. You will get an opportunity to score the boundary. So very important that. Once again, well driven on the front foot. They look to get a couple of runs. No, just settle for a single. The fielder was quick to throw the ball from long on. So what Australia can target from here, from their perspective, is that they can get a boundary every single over. That is going to do their cause a lot of good. And once again lashes onto the ball. That's a boundary to end the 12th over. Very eventful one for Australia. 10 runs coming off it at the end of the 12th over. 61 for no loss, Australia. Oh, that's a very good ball. So Viryan Patel onto his 7th over now on the trot. He's bowling his 7 overs and just conceded 21 runs. Yes, although India have not got that wicket, Viryan Patel hasn't really bowled that many loose balls. Yes, he's conceded 3 boundaries maybe, but then pretty much on the length. So looks like very soon he might get a wicket here. Once again, that's beautiful. I mean, how did that just miss the stump? So keeping it in the right lens here, and although Australia have tend to get those boundaries, though what has happened is that the new ball maybe has a little bit of shine left on it, because more important is the fact that they have to have that shine, and if they can prolong that shine, the ball will do something off the wicket. Once again, great lens. So time and again the games on this venue, maybe it might be the India West Indies game, the Sri Lanka Wales game at this venue. So what it has taught us is that whatever be the length, the line is particularly important, because if you can keep it in that line, no matter what the length is, the batters find it tough to play. Once again, very well defended. So the Australian batters, as we have spoken, are waiting for that loose ball, picking the loose balls rightly, and ensuring that they dispatch it to the boundary, and very good running between the wickets. I mean, from ball one, they've been on their feet as far as running wicket between the wickets is concerned. So that's an important factor. I mean, whichever format of the game you play, you tend to play those singles. That's gone down the leg side. So they'll get a single leg by signal by the umpire there. So just a single run coming over, and going to complete his 7th over here, Viren Patel. And indeed, what a very good spell it's been. Very unfortunate that he hasn't got a wicket up to now. Just missing the outside edge on a lot of occasions. So gonna finish his 7th over here. Once again, very well bowled. So just one run coming over this over, that to off a leg by. So end of the 13th over, 62 for no loss. Australia, pretty good with their approach. So good start from Ratan Sharma here. So what Australia will look to do is they look to play till the drinks break. That is till the 15th over. If they can do that, they have actually won one phase of the first inning, the first phase of the first innings. That's very well pulled, just drifting down the patch, and that goes to the boundary comfortably. So they've got the all important boundary. So that's what happens. I mean, a lot of times a boundary and over, and keep those playing those singles. So once again, good stop there on the inner circle by the fielder. So definitely takes the pressure off the batting side. So with that boundary, Peter O'Reilly also gets on to his 30s. Pretty well driven there. A single denied, pretty good call from the striker Peter O'Reilly. So it has ensured that there's no run out. So the calling is obviously an important factor of the game. I mean, to avoid run outs, pretty important. They might get a couple of runs here. No, they just settle with a single. Pretty good fielding there from Viren at the boundary to ensure that they've just got a single. Going solid and steady at the end of 15 overs. If Australia could be around the 75 run mark, nothing better than that for them. So on the offside, once again goes for a single. So Australia always, the application of the game is pretty good I'm at the end of 13 overs. In fact, the 14th over has come to a conclusion. 68 for no loss, Australia. So, most probably, the final over before drinks and a change in the bowling for India. Manuel Benjamin to bowl. The left arm spinner, got a very good 5 wicket haul against the West Indies at this venue. So he pretty much is familiar with how to bowl on this wicket. And in fact, against the West Indies, he tend to turn the game on its head right at the point where actually it looked like West Indies would chase the target. So that's pretty much important for them. And once again, well played this time. Tugged it on the onside, and in fact they get a couple of runs there. So the throw was just a second late, a fraction late, and Australia have ensured that they have run very well. And very good quality displayed by the mighty Aussies on this occasion. Right, so can the bowling change work for India here? Because Emmanuel Benjamin, yes, as we have spoken, he got those back-to-back wickets, crucial back-to-back wickets against West Indies, which helped India get their first win on the board. In fact, their first points on the board also. So yeah. So very important that can he strike here and give a good break for India. Australia standing steady, tall and steady at the moment. Once again, that's well played. So playing easy here. So what Australia can look to do is that they can look to continue to play, to play on and ensure that if they can go a long way from here, definitely a very good score on the cards. Oh, that's perfectly bowled. Oh, time on the wicket. In fact, time and time again, we've spoken about that. You have to stay on the wicket, and if you can stay on this particular wicket for a longer period of time, the wicket will give you dividends. So that's the end of the 15th over, and Australia very steady on the break. And India will look to re-strategize and come back and just get a wicket. It's time for drinks. Australia 15 overs, 71 for no loss. That's well played once again, just for a single. So, if India would want to get a wicket, I personally feel no better time because we are just post the drinks break, and the right time to get a wicket for India because the batters, would have to play like they're playing from ball one. Very important. That's well defended. So the Aussies pretty much comfortable at the crease. They would want to obviously play through and build innings face by face. Once again, that's well played, but there's protection there. Short fine leg in place, so that would not cause any bother. A very very wide long on there. So in fact, like a country that, deep country maybe, or a wide long, however you want, you can actually call it. That's once again well played. So Australia showing us here on how to build a batting innings because they're getting those singles and scoring boundaries of the loose balls that they get. Once again, that's a quick single. So standard of running a bit from Australia has been very very good. In fact, pretty exceptional. End of the 16th over, Australia are 75 for no loss. So Emmanuel Benjamin to continue from this end. That's well swept. That's pretty well swept. So pretty important that they keep the lines tight. India cannot afford boundaries from here because already the partnership at 76 now. Once again, well defended. So at 76 now, the partnership, and if they have to get that wicket, if they cannot let Australia go past that 100 mark or get them settled, because if from that point the run rate is going to keep going, and see at the point it's around that 4.5 to 5 marks. So if they can play along, they'll start to get those boundaries regularly. Once again, that's pretty well picked on the cut shot. I think they have got a major part of those runs today. In fact, major part of those boundaries. Even this, if you can bowl it just short, sometimes there is not enough width for the batters to cut the ball. But Australia have been pretty exceptional today with that cut shot, and in fact, if they can get those boundaries comfortably, they don't have the pressure of the run. Once again, goes big, but this time straight to the fielder. Went for the big hit there, but just couldn't clear the man inside the 30-yard circle. Could Darren Smith. So at 40 now. Once again, hits it well, and just a single indeed. So impact of the boundary that they get every single over. We've spoken it time and time again, and now 7 runs coming off it. Goes for the pull shot. A huge appeal there, but nothing given by the umpire. So once again, a pretty decent over that for Australia. End of 17 overs, 82 for no loss, Australia. They go for a quick single. Chance of a run out at the non-strikers end, in fact. And pretty well completed that single in the end. So India trying to get those chances, together. Trying to get those half chances together so that they can try and push the Australian batters to make a mistake. That's pretty well cut and straight to the fielder. So maybe Australia have reached that point where they have to make a mistake by themselves to just give away the wicket, because both of the batters pretty well settled. A quick single. So India just need to spread the field at the moment, because if they can, they on the boundaries, Australia have been pretty consistent and very much consistent. So they see anything short, they're ready to rock back. Once again, well defended. So from the approach side of things, Australia always a very good side. At any age group of cricket or any level of cricket, we've seen Australia, they are known for their approach and pretty aggressive that. But then Australia have understood the nuances of the wicket, on how it behaves, and just looking at the past, known the wicket very much. Once again, well cut. They will get a double. So Australia not hesitating, even the smallest of mistakes, they are letting that count. So end of the 18 overs for Australia, 86 for no loss. Well driven that on the front foot. Just a quick single. So from this point in time, Australia can start to deal in phases. Oh, just might be a miss stumping opportunity that at that end, maybe. Yes, by signal by the umpire. We just need to check if that's a missed chance, but don't think we would get that replay here. Yeah. So by signal by the umpire. You know, 100 at the end of 20 overs, with 25 more overs to go. That would be a solid base set. Both the openers have done their job very well. In fact, 36 of 63 at the other end, playing a superb anchor role. That's very well played. Guided it through the leg side. You know, marginally down the leg, and makes it to full use. I mean, that's what we've been talking so much about. The number of balls you stay at the crease, that's going to help you. That's going to help the batters. And at this point in time, seeing the ball like a football, both the batters. So if you're going to offer them loose deliveries, they would take it with both their hands, and that's what both the batters are doing here at the moment. Well defended that. So good comeback after the boundary, and yeah. So if you're gonna get that boundary, as we have spoken, it's gonna get simpler and simpler. Close to 7 runs and over you're gonna get with 3 singles. Once again, pretty well swept, but this time straight to the man. That's the end of the 19th over. Australia 92 for no loss. That's well driven. Go for a quick single there. So after the dot ball, they will get a single. Oh, that's a misfield there. Would result in a boundary. So pressure doing all the things for India at the moment. Maybe, just maybe, wasn't there a boundary on that occasion. So that's what pressure can do. And now they've once again got that all important boundary, and maybe just two more singles and it's over. Their run rate moves to 7 and over, and Australia pretty steady with their approach. He's hit it in the air, straight to the bowler. So that's the first wicket. Peter O'Reilly has to walk back after a very good innings of 44 of 68 deliveries, and pretty much there. That's the first wicket. So Raju getting the wicket for India here. A very, very important breakthrough. So Australia, after giving a pretty good start, Peter O'Reilly has to walk back for 44, and so as we can see there in the replay, it popped up straight up in the air, and a simple cotton bolt there. So after doing his job perfectly, Peter O'Reilly walks back 19.4 overs. So Australia are 97 for 1. Oh, that's very well bowled. So one thing India can do here is just keep the new batsman on strike. Give that single of the last ball and keep the new batter more on strike. Maybe attack from both the ends. That's very well played. So just a single at the end of the 20th over mark, and Australia 98 for 1. Although they have just lost a wicket, they would be pretty happy with the first 20 overs. In fact, it won't go wrong if we say that Australia have had the command in the first 20 overs. End of 2098 for one Australia. That's a good start from Manuel Benjamin. So more of, if India can keep the new batter more on strike and build pressure from one end, maybe the other batter will go for that shot and they can get that. So once again gets the quick single, a chance of a run out there, but the batsman was quick to make his ground, so they get a quick single in the end. So 4 more balls coming up. That's pretty well stopped. And Emmanuel Benjamin, as you all know, has got a fifer, and very important for India. I mean, from the point of view of India, on how he can get that wicket. Just one more in the kitty, and massively that can reduce the Australian run rate. That's well guided this time. Was quick to guide it, but will just get a single. So that's the 100 run mark for Australia in their 21st over, and have reached the 3-figure mark here. Very important that the other batsman, that is the batsman the other end, Darren Smith, has to continue to keep batting for Australia, because the importance of a set batter, we have spoken a lot at this venue. That's the end of the 21st over. 100 for one Australia. So Subramanian Raju to continue from this end, and starts the over with the dot ball. If India can get the set batter out at the moment, it's going to do them a lot of good, because very much important for them to ensure that if they can get a wicket here, that's going to gradually turn the momentum towards India. Very much so, very very important. That's well played. They get a quick single. So Darren Smith nearing a very well played 50 at the moment. So he's batting on 47. So 3 more balls to go here. Just a quick single here. And that takes him to 48. So if one set batter had the crease, very very important, because if that just happens for Australia, no pressure throughout the innings. That's very well played. Has he picked the boundary there? Yes indeed. So first over for Peter Janssen there. Very good shot. Picks the gap on the offside, and that helps the ball to reach the boundary easily. Just a miss on the run up there on the occasion. So on to his 4th over. In fact, going to end his 4th over here. 1 for 21. For a moment there, it looked like there was a chance of a run, but indeed Australia get a single. So end of 22 overs, Australia 108 for 1. Once again a quick single. So very important that without conceding a boundary, if India can bowl 2 overs here, just one more wicket, and the pressure is back on Australia. That's very well cut for a single once again. Moves to 49 does Darren Smith. So the 3rd ball goes for the cut shot, but beaten this time. So offering a lot of balls short of length there. Very important to pitch it up for India, because unless you keep the line on that off stump, this time once again down the leg side, giving an easy single in the end. There is a man for protection on that region, but always safe as a bowling side to ensure that you don't pitch it outside the leg stump. Don't not give easy pickings for the batters. Very very important that. Once again well driven that. Oh, just through his legs on that occasion. Just a single. That's the 50 for Darren Smith. A very well played one. In fact, it's come on a very good strike rate of 86. And the most important factor here is that he needs to play on. Job not yet done. That's hit down, straight down the ground. There's no stopping that ball. That's a boundary. So Peter Janssen just getting his shots here at the moment very important. So we're just seeing the moment that they got a 50, and once again they've got the all important boundary at the last ball of the over. So that concludes the 23rd over, end of 23 overs, 116 for 1, and Australia marching at a run rate just above 5. That's well played. They go for a quick single. In fact, a clean pick up and throw. Maybe there was a chance at the bowler's end. So they need to get the proceedings right here. I mean, just make use of those half chances. I mean, once again a half chance coming their way. India need to capitalize on these in order to get one more wicket, but pretty steady, and talking about the partnership, they're just going pretty well at the moment. So Darren Smith, the set batter, on strike. Peter Janssen has also started pretty well. Got a couple of boundaries and is actually batting over a strike rate of 100 at the moment, and once again gets a single to mid-off. So we are almost past the halfway mark, and Australia is very much in the game, still dominating the game, and if they can have wickets in hand in the next 20 overs or so, they can definitely look around a target of say 280 or something. They can definitely look at that, but all India can get back in the game is wickets. That's the end of the 24th over. 121 for 1. Australia 5 runs coming off the 24th over. Once again, balls down the leg side. Just a single. In fact, no runs there. They decided not to go on the single. Goes for the big hit. Has he managed to clear the fence? Yes, he has. So a massive 6 that from Darren Smith, taking the pressure off the Australians. So Just 4 more runs, and in no time the partnership has come to 30 runs of just 28 balls. So can definitely start just to be, this can be very threatening for India. Goes on the flick shot, but no runs of that. So 6 of this over, and probably once again 2 or 3 singles can make this a very good over for Australia. This time plays it pretty well. Might get a couple. No, they just settle for a single in the end. So the last 2 balls of the 25th over. And the rate close to 5.2 at the moment. The current run rate. Well driven this. In fact, they might get a couple of runs there. A chase for both the fielders. And they come back for the third, and is that a boundary there? Just need a confirmation from the umpires. That's a boundary indeed, yeah. So 10 runs, in fact 11 runs coming off this over already with a ball to go. And Australia, if they can get a big over in between like this and keep that 5 to 6 runs over by over, that's going to help Australia a lot. So that's the end of the 25th over. 132 for 1 Australia. That's well played this time on the onside. A throw at the non-striker's end, but indeed no harm there for Australia. So pretty much there. So the last 20 overs with 9 wickets in hand, if they can target around 150 runs, 140 runs maybe, definitely they would do that, because wickets in hand pretty important there. That's very well stopped at the boundary. They come back for a couple of runs. Yes, they do. And easily they know that with 9 wickets in hand, if they can play another 5 to 6 overs, they can go bang bang. In fact, at the end, in the last 14 overs, they can tend to go at least 8 to 9 runs an over. That's going to help them a lot. Once again, played on the offside, single. Oh, that's a good ball there. Tried to play it late, but misses the ball on this occasion. So very much important that they should ensure on what paces are they batting, because if they can, just keep playing those singles and get that big over, and that's gone. In fact, that's carried straight to him, and similar to the first wicket, Super Maharaju has done the right thing for India here. Is that the turning point of the game? Darren Smith has to walk back. and a very, very, you know, spontaneous catch. Very, very instinctive. That's the end of Darren Smith. A very well played knock comes to an end. 136 for 2 at the end of 25.5 overs here, Australia. So the last ball of the 26th over. That's well played. So Graham Pavey, the new man in for Australia. End of the 26th over, 136 for 2. So a bowling change coming in for India. Rajashekhar R get a couple of runs easily. So what is the importance of running these singles and twos is it'll put the pressure straight on the batters. Once again, pretty well played. Once again, they might go for a couple of runs here, and yes, it does. So the ball doesn't travel much there on the onside, and pretty damp on, say, the mid-wicket region. So this might be a blessing in disguise. Once again, this time hits it finer, and a pretty good stop. In fact, he saved a couple of runs for his team, the deep mid-wicket fielder. So very important that they have caught both the set batters out, but Peter Janssen in quick time has moved to 28 runs. Is batting at a strike rate close to 130. Once again, very well flicked on the onside. Might come back for a couple once again. In fact, they get a boundary there. So 10 runs coming off the over, and we're just witnessing very good running between the wickets. I mean, a lot of times we we talk about fours, the number of sixes in a match, the wickets that fall, but more of those singles and doubles, not many talk, and we have seen uh, pretty good running this from Australia. That's gone on this occasion. Gets a very important wicket there, Rajshekhar. So 3 down Australia, and now is the time definitely for India to make a comeback, as both of the batters in the crease are gonna be new batters. So right time for them to apply the pressure. Peter Jansen has to walk back after a very good knock of 32 runs. Well played indeed. End of 26.5 overs, 146 for 3, Australia. That's well played. Good stop there by the long off fielder. So that's the end of the 27th over. Australia are 147 for 3 at the end of 27 overs. So a single to start the 28th over. So Subramanian Raju will be bowling his 7th over on the trot here. Has bowled pretty well and got 2 important wickets. Maybe bat involved on an occasion, so the appeal denied by the umpire. That's well played. Just a single. So in fact they get a couple of runs, so this is very good from Australia. In fact, it's actually better to say that they have stolen around 12 runs, 10 to 12 runs by just running quick between the wickets. That's the significance of it. Well played. Pretty well played, but no runs coming off that ball. So both these batters have to play through for a while, at least till the 35th over. That's once again well played, this time on the onside. Get get those singles up to that 35th over mark, and if you can get a partnership going. Once again, a quick single there. A throw at the non-striker's end, and pretty well backed up. So, talking about the importance of backups in cricket, always there must be one to ensure that there's no overthrows. End of 28 overs, Australia 152 for 3. They go for a quick single to start things along. In fact, off his very first over, got that important breakthrough. I personally feel that running between wickets, in fact they've stolen a second run even here, so very, very important. Just a single once again, indeed. He's picked the gap. He's managed to pick the gap here. Has Bill Blair. Just a full toss, and the placement pretty much key on that occasion has got him a boundary. So 6 runs of the first 2 balls. That's what very good running between the wickets does. I think that might be an early call, but the running between the wickets is going to be the massive difference here between both the sides. Once again, that's pretty well played. They might push for a second, maybe throw at the keeper's end. Oh, that's a very good throw, but closer to the stumps. That was definitely a run out chance. So, piling up a lot of doubles here as far as Australia are concerned, and very important for them to do that. So 8 runs of the first 3 balls, and the play resumes here after a small delay. So Bill Blair has got a very good start in his innings of his first 6 balls, got to 12 runs, but this time well played. In fact, this time a single, 2 long off. So the field set pretty clear here. One man deep on the offside boundary for protection, and they have a long on, deep mid wicket, and a deep square leg in position. That's a quick single there. And this time on this occasion, the fielder was very quick. They don't push for a second run. That's the end of the 29th over, and in this particular over, 11 runs coming up. So end of 29 overs, 168 for 3 Australia. That's well defended by Uday Kumar. So Uday Kumar is the new bowler from this end to start for the 30th over. That's very well played. There's a man there, so they'll just get a single. So Bill Blair from ball 1 has been very busy, and in fact, more importantly, so he's tried to push for that second run every time around. So perfect with that calling. In fact, very important. Calling as a part of stealing that extra run, not going for misfields, all that stuff. So very important. That's very well cut. Good stop there. Showing his football skills out there, the fielder. So pretty good over, pretty good start from Uday Kumar. This just 2 runs coming, and need to stop those boundaries desperately, and ensure that they don't give those extra runs on the singles, that is, they don't concede more of doubles. So very important that if they can restrict those boundaries and minimize the doubles, that can very well be a good thing for India, because this is the last ball in fact before drinks, and from here what can India do from here? That's once again very well pulled. Goes for a single to deep mid wicket. So end of 30 overs, Australia are building a partnership here after both of those batters, set batters lost their wicket. 171 for 3 at the end of 30 overs. That's a big shout for LBW, but nothing signaled by the umpire. So we're on to the third power play, where 5 fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle. and Avinash Kumar, the skipper, back onto his fifth over, so will be handy with the ball in the death overs. Has that capacity and ability to take the wickets in the death overs. So pretty much important at this situation for India. In fact, yes, Australia slightly ahead of that run rate, or in their run rate maybe. But it's very important that if India can pick up a wicket here, it'll do them a lot of good. Once again, pretty well defended. So good start from Avinash Kumar. Always, he's kept it right on length, and occasionally tends to bowl the short ball, but puts the fine leg into the boundary. That's the field change at the moment. Once again, that's well played, but just to the deep fine leg fielder, who was just pushed to the boundary. And very much, as far as the fielders outside the circle are concerned, there is a long on, a country, and a deep square leg fielder in position, and they have a cover pointer, like a deep cover point, maybe I can call it that way. That's well driven. Good stop there by the fielder. They'll just get a single. That's the end of the over. Just 2 runs coming off it. End of 31 overs. Australia are now 173 for 3. So Uday Kumar to continue. That's well cut for a single, and they get a couple of runs. So Australia, I think this is the reason that they are dominating their group. I mean, at the top, because the running between wickets, they're showing literally how important it is. The moment it crosses the ball goes past the inner circle, they're ready for a second run. I mean, they are always on their feet for a second run. So that intent for running between wickets is very, very exceptional from Australia. Credit to them in that regard. Once again, well played. This time to the right of the fielder, and once again they get a couple of runs. So India somehow have to manage those twos. Be a little quick. Just rush into the ball and put the pressure on the batsman. So very, very important that, because always, that's what the partnership shows. 28 balls, 31 runs in quick time. They go for a quick single once again on the misfield. I mean, right. Just behind the keeper, but a pretty good call from the non-striker there. So keeping the pressure intact. Those doubles always tends to do something to the opposition. In fact, they're 20 runs definitely ahead due to the running between wickets. This can definitely be said. Once again, well flicked, but good stop there. So India need to stop runs like those in order to ensure that they can desperately reduce the total, because these runs can also impact the course of the game. Once again, a well played single, this time on the onside to short mid wicket at the end of the 32nd over. 179 for 3 Australia. So single to start the over. Once again, that's pretty well played. And the ball gets to the boundary there. So the placement, pitch perfect there from Bill Blair. And so what happens after every wicket there, if we notice, there has been no white space that has occurred to Australia, whereby we see the innings progressing slowly, because if they cannot get those boundaries, they're compensating with the doubles. So once again there, just looking to stop the ball, but the fielder eventually couldn't, so the ball goes to the boundary, and second boundary of the over in fact, and 10 runs coming of the first 3 deliveries. This could turn out to be a very big over there. Just a little bit the length of the shorter side, and the fielder just couldn't get the ball, helping it to the boundary. So 3 more balls require in fact in this over. An appeal that just outside off stump. Maybe that could be the factor helping the leading the umpire, deciding it the other way. So last 2 balls coming up. Once again, the ball just getting some extra bounce. So once the wicket gets used up, there is always that extra bounce factor on this wicket, and it hits a few spots, tends to jump up the ball sometimes. Once again, that's pretty well bowled, pretty well played. But then Australia getting 10 runs of the over, and after end of 33 overs, 189 for 3 Australia. They get a single on the offside. So from here, Australia should look to target a run rate of at least 7 runs and over from here, because if they can actually barely get 7 runs from over, they can get to 270 with ease. And this time around, that's a boundary. The moment he hit it, the batter was very, very confident. Bill Blair on that occasion was very confident that he would get a boundary, and indeed he has. No pitch delivery, and he hit it really well, didn't he? There was no chance for the fielder. Moves to 30. So as we were speaking in the previous over, no wide point in the game. Every batter who's come in has not taken any time. They're right on the go. Just a single once again to long on. 6 runs coming out of the first 3 balls here. Oh, that's beautifully bowled. An appeal there for caught behind, but denied by the umpire. That's pretty well played. And once again on the misfield, they get a couple of runs. So time and time again, you know, at some point, they are definitely, playing in the minds of the Indian fielders. Sometimes makes them tired. Those doubles. Once again, a single. End of the 34th over. 198 for 3, Australia. So 9 runs from here and over can take Australia close to 300, around 295. Definitely around 280, a very good target on this track. But Australia would feel safe to get to 300 because as we have spoken, 290 is chased on this ground previously, and 300 could have also been chased in the uh, previous game for India against the West Indies at this venue, because they were just short of 20 runs, the West Indies. Once again goes for a single there to long off. The Australians always have had maintained high standards in whichever format of the game. In fact, we all know they are the leading World Cup winners as far as one day World Cup is concerned. They have 5 to their name, and I mean, not just in the past few days, across generations we have seen great leaders emerge from there, with the likes of Alan Border, Steve Waugh, Ricky Ponting. That's an appeal there. That's a very good appeal, but that looked very, very close, but indeed denied by the umpire. So the last ball of the 35th over coming up, and the last 10 overs, and both the batters pretty much set here. Good signs for Australia. Once again, that's well played. So that's a dot ball to end the 35th over. End of 35 overs, Australia are 201 for 3. That's well played. So at this point in time, very important for India. If they can get a wicket or two, they can drastically reduce the run rate. I mean, not easy from to hit from ball one. So the last 10 overs, if India can just pull back the game, I mean, just not just do anything really big, uh, restrict those boundaries, right? Because they have the advantage on having 5 fielders outside the 30 yard circle, and pretty much stop those twos, because the twos have been instrumental. Once again, that's cleared the infield, so that's a boundary there. Just had to beat the man inside the 30 yard circle, and that ball was traveling to the boundary. So just at the point in time we're telling that they need to restrict those boundaries and twos, Australia have managed to get a boundary here. Once again, that's pretty well driven. This time, once again, they get a couple of runs. A throw at the keeper's end would help, but throw has come at the wrong end. So once again, they get a couple of runs. So Australia somehow managed 6 runs of the first 4 balls of the over. So I mean, that's what we've spoken time and time again. Very important that they don't concede boundaries. Once again, a quick single there. So 7 runs coming off the over, the final ball of the 36th over. $208 for 3 here, Australia. He hit this well. Straight to the man at long on. At the end of 36 overs, Australia are 209 for 3. Once again, appeal there for LBW, but nothing given by the umpire. Once again, this beautiful length. So Avinash Kumar bringing all his experience here. The Indian skipper just not giving those runs, because if you can bowl this length, they're challenging the Australian batters to actually try and go across the line. Or if that's once again the gap picked beautifully. No chance for the fielder. The ball travels beautifully on this end. So that's once again a boundary. India not able to keep up that pressure. Yes, they are trying to build that pressure, but are they able to keep it up? That's definitely been a question throughout the day, because either Australia managed to run those singles and doubles, or managing to get that boundary somehow from somewhere. So once again a quick single. So pretty much, if India don't concede those boundaries and give these singles, they would rather be happy. But Avinash Kumar hasn't really bowled bad though, right? That would be the right word, because he hasn't definitely bowled bad. In fact, they can come back for a couple here, denied by the non-striker. What's he going? So straight to long off, and once again they manage a couple. In fact, is that a run out over there? No, the batsman reaches the ground on time. That's the end of the 37th over. 217 for 3 Australia. This time well played that to the sweeper cover boundary. So Ratan Kumar is back to bowl, and India looking to just toil around with their spinners. They mustn't concede that boundary. So conceding that boundary will make things easy for Australia. And pretty much this particular partnership has really gone big, so doesn't really matter for Australia at this point in time. Once again, pretty well played. So because they're managing somehow 7 or 8 runs an over, and 7 runs from here can take Australia to 270. Yes, they can definitely look to, in the last 5 overs, give themselves a chance. Oh, this time the ball turns away. But one thing is for sure, it is that if India managed to restrict Australia somewhere below 270, they see a massive probability of chasing it down. Goes for the shot, pretty well played. This time, once again, a better throw maybe would have given a chance of a run out. So the last ball of the 38th over coming up, 222 for 3 Australia here. Very well defended, and they go for a quick single. Throw at the keeper's end. Nothing given by the umpire indeed, so it means that they have eventually got a good run. So 6 runs coming off that over. End of 38 overs, 223 for 3 Australia. So Avinash Kumar has come in, goes short, cuts it beautifully and puts it in the gap. Perfect placement that from Bill Blair. And as we were speaking, Australia are just batting through, and not sure how the runs are coming, but they are, flowing at the moment. So very, very important for India to somehow get a wicket. I mean, it's not really easy to contain in the back end overs, that is the death overs to be precise. So in these end overs, if you have to restrict the run flow, you need a wicket or two. Just break the momentum, break the partnership, because Bill Blair in no time, in just 40 balls, has got to 46 runs, nearing his 50. Can he get it in style with a boundary or a 6? Oh, that's well played. Played it late. They'll just get a single. So from here, what must India do is that they need to restrict Australia under, run a ball under 270. They can definitely give themselves a chance. There is no second run over there. Very good fielding by the fielder. So somewhere below 270, or rather somewhere below at least the 280 mark, India could definitely give themselves a chance. We have, chance of witnessing a very, very good chase. Well cut that. Once again they'll get a single. So 7 runs already of this over. That's what that massive boundary does. Once again on the overthrows they run a couple of runs. So Australia doing really good here. So the double and the boundary ensures that once again 8 runs have come of first 4 balls, and potentially this can turn out to be a costly over for India. Hits it well, hits it hard. No chance for the fielder. That's a boundary. Very well played. That's the 50 for Bill Blair. Very good knock that rises his bat towards his team's dugout. Pretty well played. Had to come at a situation where both the set batters lost their wickets, and now at the moment has played a very, very responsible knock and is guiding his team towards a very good total here. And off this over, 2 boundaries, a couple of runs, and 2 singles coming. So which means that final ball coming off this over, and they get a comfortable single. So 15 runs coming off this over. The 39th over, a pretty good over for Australia. End of 39 overs, Australia 236 for 3. Oh, that's well played. Chance of run out there, but once again denied by the umpire. So Australia, what they're doing is that at the moment they hit it straight to the bowler and are risking that single. One or two tight overs here will definitely bring a wicket or 2. Maybe dot balls. Dot balls pretty important at this stage with spinners bowling. Once again couldn't collect the ball on that occasion. Ratan Sharma gets a single. So India would not want Australia to get those doubles or boundaries. They would be perfectly fine with those singles. And somewhere around the 280 mark, very, very important target that India has to keep in mind. It's again superbly driven, and once again on the misfield they get a couple of runs. So it's become a feature of Australia's game, and pretty important that to recollect the fact that Mr. Ho Owen, who joined us in the commentary box in the game between Wales and Sri Lanka. So he mentioned that the standard of running between wickets and the fielding of Australia was actually miles ahead. So they are literally showing it here, the batting prowess at the moment, and they would be fielding later on this day. So that's very well played. but there's protection there, so they'll just get a single. So yes, as Mr. Ho mentioned in the game between Wales and Sri Lanka, so he just mentioned that the standard of Australia, both with the bat and ball, was near perfect. Once again, flicked well, but just a single there. So end of the 40th over, 243 for 3 Australia. So the current run rate at 6.08, and Emmanuel Benjamin is back with the ball for India. That's pretty well pulled this time, but a misfield there. Once again, they might get a boundary there. No, pretty well stopped in the end. So pretty successful chase by the fielder. They just get a couple of runs, and we have spoken a lot about the field set and keeping the field set intact here. There is a mid off in place and a wide long on, sweeper cover put behind, and a square leg, and have a long on. So yeah, that's the pretty much set field, and goes aerial this time, and has it land on the full? No, on the bounce. That's a boundary. So a couple of runs and off the first ball, and a boundary here, and Australia marching towards the target. That's the 100 partnership there. So being the turning point of the game, and Bill Blair is playing a very, very important knock. In fact, this started as a cameo, and has pretty much taken the game deep here. So 4.4 overs left in this innings. Once again goes hard, Oh, that's just on the bounce to the long off fielder. So that takes Bill Blair to 66 of 51 balls. Has played a very good strike rate here, and once again couldn't actually meet the ball perfectly here. Didn't connect really well, just a single. Once again. So Australia will look to capitalize that big gap on the offside between point and sweeper cover. Oh, this is intelligent bowling, just a margin wide, a wide call by the umpire. That was actually a pretty good length to hit, but the line being slightly wider, the umpire called it a wide. So 9 runs of the first 4 balls, and that's pretty well flicked. That's very well stopped. So 11 runs coming of the first 2 balls in this over. Final ball of the 41st over, and the partnership has been 84 balls and 108 runs there. So that's been a turning point in this game when Australia were under a small crisis. Both these batters once again goes big, goes aerial, and that once again reaches the boundary. So which means that 15 runs have been once again scored from this over, and Australia are definitely marching towards that 280 to 300 mark. So end of 41 overs, 258 for 3 Australia. Goes for the shot this time and has managed to reach the boundary comfortably here. So once again a boundary, and Australia have started to accelerate firmly here. So Australia in full acceleration here, because with both the batters once again set, this was the time that they were waiting for, because if you can easily play those singles and doubles and get that on boundary, that's what they were doing all the time. All these overs, they ensured that they got that single, they got that ab double, that boundary, and now they are here to ensure that they can go in full swing. Oh, once again, how did that actually miss the stump? And they go back for a third run. So have to check if it was off the bat or waiting for the umpire's signal there. Just the umpire's signal will, yeah, it's off the bat. So 7 runs coming off the first 2 balls of this over. Oh, that's a very good line to bowl. The line pretty important on this wicket, because in the initial overs when Viren was bowling, he actually got that ball to do a lot. Very well flicked once again. A single to long on. So the Aussies have started to play well here. I mean, get those runs there. Rightly so. Two more balls. The 42nd over. That's cut well. Cut beautifully. They'll just get a single there. So always ready for the second run. The Aussies, as they say, as far as cricket basics are concerned, the coaches always mention the fact that you need to run the first run hard. Complete the first run as fast as you can. Once again, that's pretty well played. And that might reach the boundary. Yes, it does. The placement was superb there from Bill Blair, taking him to 77 of 56 balls at the moment. And that's the end of the over. 13 runs once again coming off it. A very, very even full over for Australia. And they might get to 300 here at the end of 42 overs. Australia 271 for 3. With both the batters set and with 7 wickets in hand, with 3 more overs to go, I think Australia can target 300 to 310 comfortably here. And mind you, just that one fielder outside the 30-yard circle on the offside. In fact, two fielders now. Yes, indeed, and the onside is packed with 3 fielders. The square leg and more of a country kind of a fielder and a long on. So yeah, 3 fielders deep on the onside and 2 men deep on the offside. That he's picked the gap, beautifully picked it between the extra cover and the mid-off fielder, and the fielder from wide long off had no chance there. So once you're set, England Australia just getting past the launch pad here. Australia, beautiful. I mean, how can you just the perfect example they're showcasing at the moment on how to build an innings. So just a small change in the field. The long off comes back and the sweeper goes inside the 30-yard circle. But this time on the onside. Has he managed to stop the boundary? No, indeed, same result. First ball he smashed it over the offside, and this time around just a flick on the leg side. So 2 boundaries and 2 balls, and firmly Australia in the end overs are cashing in. In fact, in the past 3-4 overs, every over has almost gone above 10 runs. Once again goes for the hit. Has he managed to clear comfortably indeed? That's a maximum there, and that's a 50 there for Graham Perry, both the batters. Superb batting. In fact, he's got it in just 39 balls at a strike rate of more than 130. Very well played, Krimpavi. Just hitting the accelerator here already. 14 runs of the first three balls. Are Australia targeting somewhere around the 320 mark. Becomes very very difficult for India to from ball one have that pressure. At the moment, it's going all Australia's way. Once again, this time hits it very hard, but the ball doesn't travel. There's just a couple of runs. Australia have really showcased their dominance in this tournament. Australia always very good in the world events. Beat any any age category, any world event. They are always up to the mark. They come in as favorites most of the times, and more so they are those big match players performing at the right time. They have that killer instinct of performing at the right time. That's what makes Aussies as mighty as they are. That's very well played. Single to long on. Yes, they settle with a single. So that brings the conclusion of the 43rd over. So end of 43 overs. Australia are 289 for 3, and 30 runs of the last 2 overs will definitely be the expectation with both these batters. Batting at 50 odd and the other batter at 60 odd. So that would definitely put Australia at a commanding position, and more so that could eventually even end up as a winning total. Yes, we know that how flat a wicket is. This one is when you're settled, you can hit the ball as dangerous as you can be. So hit the ball as you like. So in fact, that's what the nature of this particular wicket is. But then if they get to 320, I think marginally Australia would definitely go as favourites in the second innings. Once again, that's pretty well played. For a single, they come back for a second, and a chance at the non-striker's end, and that's pretty good running from the non-striker. So that's pretty well pulled for a single once again. That was of the previous delivery, that was pretty good running. I mean that was just exceptional, because that was very good calling, and the batter at the other end, Bill, goes for the shot this time, but there's protection there. But once again on the bounce, just a single. So this over, up to this point, not a boundary conceded. 4 runs coming of the first 3 balls, and at this moment, with both the batters set, if you're gonna bowl as a bowler, all you would think is you wouldn't desperately give that boundary. You can actually play with those singles and be pretty calm, right? So once again, plays it pretty well. Once again, just a single, and they comfortably come for a couple of runs once again. Definitely at this point in time, the fielders themselves will be very very tired. Hot and humid conditions here, that could play a huge role for the fielding team. He goes straight, but this time gone on the onside. So finally Ratan Sharma getting a wicket here, and Bill Blair has to walk back after a very handy knock of 83 runs of 60 balls. Yes, missed out on a potential 100, but very well played, Bill Blair. Just changing the complexion of the game, playing at a wonderful strike rate that, and came into the crease when Australia were slightly in a bit of crisis, losing both the set batters, but now at the moment it doesn't really matter because he's put his team at a perfect position and has to walk back for a very well played 83. So the last ball of the 44th over. That's pretty well played. Gets off the mark of the very first ball, and they once again might come back for a couple. No, indeed, that's very good. That's a very good call. So pretty decent over in the context of the game. This one, just 7 runs coming off it. End of the 44th over. 296 for 4 Australia. Somewhere around the 300 to 305 mark, if India can restrict, is there a possibility for the Indian batters? Because we know that India also pack a punch as far as their batting is concerned. Up to the middle order, it's really very good. So pretty important for them to ensure that they keep the hopes as far as batting is concerned, because this can be proved to be a very good wicket if one set batter can take through the innings, and that's a very important thing as far as India are concerned. Ensure that just give less than 10 runs is over, 8 or 9 run over. I think India would be very happy, and from there on just take the game through. Emmanuel Benjamin is here to bowl the final over of the Australian innings. This time goes on the cut shot but is beaten. So as much as they keep the new batter on strike, would be very good for India. So the last 5 balls coming up. That's well played. Intelligent batting that. Gives the single to the set batter at the other end. Sensible cricket from Australia. So the last 4 balls. Maybe he'll look to go the offside here. Drills it down the ground, and a superb stop by the longer fielder, and a chance at the keeper's end there. So 2 runs there for Australia. 3 runs coming of the first 3 balls. And this was beautiful calling there from David Wenham, the new batter. Pulls it firmly. Has he got it all the way? Yes, he has. So much power generated on that ball. When the moment he saw it shot, he had no hesitation in generating full power and no chance for the fielder. Man, he hit it really well, didn't he? So 9 runs coming out of the first 4 balls is over. The last 2 balls of the 45th over. Once again goes big. and this time they managed to stop it on the boundary. They once again get a couple of runs, so 11 runs coming with the first 5 balls. And the number that we were talking about, 305, they Australia have managed to cross it. They've got to 307 now. So 307 here. This might prove to be slightly a tougher target for India. Oh, that's well bowled. So a dot ball to end the proceeding as far as the first innings is concerned. Australia have thoroughly dominated with the bat. Peter O'Reilly, the opener, 44 runs of 68 balls, and Darren Smith, batted really well for a 61, and Peter Jansen with 32, and towards the very end, Bill Blair got 83 runs. Very, very important, and Grim Pavey stays 66 not out. So that takes Australia to a very, very good, to a huge total of 307 for 4 at the end of 45 overs. Very well played, Australia. This might prove to be slightly a tougher target. Maybe our Australia, have set the right target here, and definitely at the momentum towards Australia as far as the end of the first innings is concerned. 308 runs required of their allotted 45 overs for India. We'll join you guys back in the second innings, guys. Thank you very much. So guys, we're there for proceedings for the second innings. So that's the start. So off to mid off for the first delivery there, and very much there. I mean, as far as India are concerned, 45 overs, they have to get around 308 runs, and guys, let's face it, they have to get around 6.75, at least an over. I mean, in fact, close to 7 if you want to be pretty approximate, close to 7. So if they could actually use the first power play, it would be pretty much useful for them, because as much as they're in the game, it will benefit them, because at some point in time, if the run rate is going to increase, it might be difficult for them, at least towards the they should build the game phase by phase, very important, because if you're going to chase such a huge target, doesn't mean you have to hit from ball one. You have to ensure that you are just in the game at every single point of time, or at every single phase of the game. It depends on. Oh, that's a beauty there once again. So keeping the right length would be important as far as Australia is concerned, and they could pretty much Australia could pretty much ensure that this length will help them. And once again, that's it, straight to the fielder, well fielded there at covers. So in fact, they have an extra there. So that's very well played. So that's a boundary, much needed boundary. Good start for India. So 5 runs from Tony Pencasio as far as his first over is concerned. So end of the first over, 5 for no loss, India. So spin from both the ends to start up for Australia, and both Vidyadhar and Sanjay. In fact, Sanjay at this particular venue, will definitely have good memories against the West Indies. He got a very, very good 100. But if he can replicate it today for India, it will do them a lot of good. Vidyadhar at the other end always, knows to anchor, plays the anchor role brilliantly. So what India must do is, definitely, not in a situation to panic, obviously, and doesn't mean that they have to go for every ball, need to get that maximum of every ball. Doesn't really require. All they need to do is plan their innings pretty much, and ensure that wickets would be a very, very crucial factor. I mean, with both the end from both the ends spinners bowling, so both these right-handers would definitely want to stay through and play for a while, because and ensure that the run rate doesn't go big. I mean, if there is a point where, I mean, if it can go above 7, right, to maintain it throughout the 45 overs is definitely going to be a Herculean task. So they must ensure that they get those singles and get that odd boundary. I mean, at least once in 2 overs, you need to find that boundary, because when you need to chase such a big target, or rather put it the other way, You need to fight for this target. You need that boundary now and then. Once again, that's a very good ball. So pretty well defended that. So 2 more balls left in the second over of the match, and Australia just have 1 man deep on the onside. Once again, that's pretty well picked. Superb shot from Sanjay. The moment he cleared the 30-yard circle, he knew that was a boundary, so a much needed boundary. If India can actually even do this, I mean, if they can find a boundary every over, I think that should be it, because see, the run rate, to be pretty honest, is around the 7 mark. So let's round up to 7. So if the required run rate is around 7, if you can get that 1 boundary every over, target that 1 boundary every over, and play 3 singles, that would definitely help India. So end of 2 overs, India are 10 for no loss. Tony Pencasio. Now Vidyadhar, his particular game is pretty much the game where he tends to play that anchor role, keeps on playing those singles and waits for that loose ball. So when the ball is pitched at his zone, he goes for the shot all out. So pretty important, both the that's it, straight up in the air and clears, goes over the infield, but there is a long on in position, so just a single for India on that occasion. So pretty safe field, this one. There is a man guarding the mid-wicket region, and well bowled, beautifully bowled that. The line just in between middle and leg stump. Oh, that's a very good ball. That's a very good ball to end the 3rd over. End of 3 overs, 13 for no loss, India. Oh, that's a very good ball. Slightly varying the speed at the moment, so that is pretty interesting from Peter Jude there. So once again, a similar field for Peter, because he's ensured that, in fact, he has a straighter long off, right? So once again, if there is a fielder that is straight to the bowler, it's indeed declared a no ball. But once the ball is bowled, if the fielder can move, then that should be perfectly all right. So yeah, a straightish long on. It's a very similar field to what MS Dhoni said to Kyron Pollard in the 2010 IPL final. Guys, to just give you a reference point, that's a fine shot, very well played. They might get a couple of runs there, and yes, they indeed do. That is very good commitment on the field there, on the sweeper cover boundary. Very, very good fielding. In fact, Australia, beat their running between the wickets with the bat, and now they're showcasing it on the field. So, all-round cricket from the Australians. Pretty well driven that for a single to the long off boundary. Once again, that's very well played. In fact, Sanjay showcasing his experience here for India. End of the fourth over, 17 for no loss, India. Once again, that's a good start from Tony Panicasio. So with the other, we look to rotate the strike. He's gone straight up. That's gone. That's the first wicket. So Australia have their first breakthrough. No, the pressure of not getting those boundaries has led to a pretty loose shot from Vidyadhar, and he has to walk back. So Australia have struck first blood here at the end of 4.2 overs, 17 for 1 India. So Tony Panicasio to continue. Balaji is the new batter in for India. So pretty much important how India will look to approach this game, because definitely not a runner which Ashwin will target on this wicket. The main important factor is that they have to stay through. They need to they need batters who can play long, and in fact Sanjay Beri can do that. In fact, guys, a pretty interesting thing that he plays for Surrey in county cricket. the under over 50s county cricket. So that's a very good shot. Has he managed to pick the gap? That's a beautiful stop on the boundary there. So that's an appeal there for a run out, but they finish a couple of runs. They complete a couple of runs easily in the end. Yeah, so pretty good running between the wickets that. Right, so just 2 runs coming over this over. And one good thing here, I mean, one talking point here, I personally feel is that every over where India are, going to go just less than that 6 run, 7 run mark, the run rate is going to pile up. I mean, the required run rate, the asking rate is going to, keep on just climbing the mountain, right? So definitely, India have to ensure that they have to get that boundary somehow, or one big over out of somewhere. Goes for it, hits it really hard, but there is a fielder at long on. Yeah. So end of the first 5 overs, India are 20 for 1. So once again, we have Peter who is bowling from Zen. So a dot ball to start. I mean, it's pretty important that they find that boundary from somewhere, because if not for the first 15 overs, they're definitely going to find it difficult. So from this end, the offside. They can target the leg side, which is slightly faster on the ground. Yes, fine shot that. But straight to the fielder there at square legs, deep square leg. Fine leg who's slightly deeper, maybe you can, or rather you can call it fine leg, which is kept very, very square for that flick shot. So bowling to his fields here perfectly does his Peter for Australia. Oh, that's beautiful. Looking to play the ball late on that occasion. The batsman Sanjay there beaten. It's pretty important that all his experience coming from the county ends and from everywhere, he needs to bat through. He needs to be that anchoring figure for India. Once again, that's well played. They go for a quick single. So that boundary is pretty important. So last ball of the 6th over coming up. That's pretty well defended. So end of 6 overs, India are 22 for 1. This time a swing and a miss to start the 7th over. So definitely, the run rate of India is just over 3 here, and need to accelerate. Desperately need that shots. Now credit to the Australian bowlers, both of them being perfect with their line and lengths, and it is ensuring that they don't get any loose balls. So India desperately need runs now. He did well, but straight to the man. That's just put down. Good effort out there in the deep. Was very, very close to the ball, but couldn't just take the ball. How about 100 marks for the effort? Australia pretty good commitments on the field today. That's a fine shot. So much needed boundary there for India. That's 5 runs coming up. The first 4 balls is over. So as we have spoken, if they can find that boundary every over, the chase is still on for India. They might get a single. No, they decide not to, as it's gone straight to the fielder. India can just look to go over the offside. Oh, that's pretty well bowled. This is good bowling. This challenging the batter to play a good shot of a good ball. This is good cricket from Australia. End of the 7th over, 27 for 1. That's well played. Pretty good feeling that inside the 30-yard circle. So looking at the field set by Australia here, they are pretty sure of one thing. I mean, what they are challenging India here is that they are gonna bowl good balls, and if you're gonna hit them for good shots, they absolutely find one like that, just like that. Pick the gap and you get the result for that. It was a great shot. The moment he saw it shot, Sanjay Berry just rocked back on the back foot and has placed it perfectly to the boundary. So yeah, getting back to the point, once again I would like to mention the point that if India can get that boundary every single over, accompanied by 3 singles, but that boundary is very, very important. That's where the pressure lies. Once again, a beautiful ball that. So what Australia here want to mention here is that, or rather, what are they telling with that field? In my opinion, if you want to hit me for good shots, if you want to hit me down the ground, you can. If you want to go, once again a great shot that. But straight to the man there, so they'll get a single on the misfield. That's a shout there for a stumping, but denied by the umpire in the end. So if India can look to get those gaps and play those singles, I mean, and wait for the loose ball and use it to the maximum. That's what is very very important. That's very well played, well defended. So they run a quick single on the misfield. That's the end of the over. So end of the 8th over, India are 33 for 1. So good over this, a good start. That's a great shot. That's a very good shot from Balaji. So a couple of boundaries in that direction. So that's a fine shot. So particularly just taking up the challenge there and ensuring that he's put away a close delivery to the boundary. Every boundary just important from here because you have to keep up the pressure, because very good bowling this from Australia. That's very well defended. So once again a similar long on in position. That's superbly defended. Right, so that's the end of the over. After 8 overs, India are 37 for 1. That's cut this time beautifully through the point. That's a boundary. So attacking the very first ball of the over, as we have spoken, is very important, and Sanjay Beri here has perfectly done that. And in fact, if he could do that and just get an over or two, get those runs massively and 2-3 big overs. I mean, that's what I mean about massive over of a massive amount of runs. Just 2-3 big overs, India are back in the game. That's a fine shot once again. So taking the attack to the Australian bowlers. Sanjay Beri just making a statement. on that they are not gonna stay. You know, they're gonna fight a long way. Very, very important for India that someone like Sanjay Berry stays on, because he's a very, very good batsman with some attacking intent, and pretty importantly, Balaji at the other end has got 2 boundaries. So he himself is also middling the ball well, watching the ball well. So if India have to go along with this partnership, is pretty crucial for them. That's very well played. They might get a couple of runs here. In fact, they get 4 of them. So this one turning into a very big over as we are talking. 3 boundaries of 3 balls, a hat trick of boundaries. So that's taken them a partnership of 33 runs. Take them to a partnership of 33 runs. So in fact, if they have reached a 50 also, that's very well played this time. That's a boundary once again on the leg side. So 4 boundaries of 4 balls here, and the pressure now once again on Australia. So 16 runs coming off this over, a much needed over for India, which can bring the required run rate down drastically. So end of the 10th over mark, India in a pretty decent position. Oh, that's well played. Once again, the ball will not reach the fence. That's a good stop by the fielder. So just a single there. Had an option for 2, but I think they've just settled for a single here. He's played well this time, but straight to third man, so short third man. So end of the 10th over, India in a pretty decent position, 55 for 1. So can the 10th over just be the shift of the momentum? I mean, because 17 runs coming off the over, and one more over like this within the next 3 to 5 overs, India can just keep up with that run rate and play through. I mean, take it to the 25th over, right? So take it to the 25th over and see how much can you get on to the last 20 overs. He swept it, and that's gone all the way for a maximum. He's cleared the ball really well, and Sanjay Berry is having India, just fighting in this game. They're still there in the game. That's beautifully played, but straight to the bowler this time. So playing with a very good intent here. The strike rate close to 133. Once again, that's well played. So 6 runs of coming off the first 4 balls, and India can at least look to make this a 10-run over. because not only does boundaries matter, they have to play those singles, because if they can play that, they can actually keep the strike in rotation and ensure that at one end the strike doesn't get blocked, or rather pressure doesn't build up. Pretty simple. So that's a very important approach that India must take. Very well played. In fact, just misses the outside edge. So end of the 11th over, 61 for 1, India. Once again, that's well stopped on the outfield. That's well defended. So Phil Jackson has started from this end and is the new one change bowler here for Australia. That's a wide ball, right? Yeah, indeed, yeah, wide ball. So pretty important for India to go for the ball and ensure that, just get that boundary every over, because you cannot pile up pressure. And very important. Once again, that's well played. So 45 runs or 45 deliveries, this partnership, and India moving at a run rate close to 5.24 now. Goes for the big hit, but straight to the fielder. So end of the 12th over, 62 for 1 India. End of 14 overs, 68 for 1 India. So the final over before drinks has come, and the past 2 overs, not much of runs coming India's way. So very important that at least before the drinks break, they get some more runs in this over, because the run rate now just below 8 and near 7.74. So one or two good overs from here from Australia would take that run rate over 8. So they need to very much play over here. And Sanjay Berry, who's really batting well at 45 here, of just 42 deliveries, not out at the moment. And so Goff is the new bowler in for Australia. Australia, I think, are pretty much in the right path. Keep bowling those dot balls, keep putting that pressure in. So if they're going to do that, at some point in time, India would desperately need to accelerate, and they'll go for the shot, and one mistimed shot can actually end the game there. So this, the moment wickets fall, that can be the problem. So very important for Australia to keep doing what they are good at. So, and the ball also slightly helping the medium pacer there. So that's pulled beautifully. That's gone one bounce into the rope. So Sanjay Berry moves to 49. So a boundary of the second ball is over, and Sanjay Berry on 49. Need to play around 8 runs and over here. Till the moment Sanjay Berry stays there. That's an appeal there. Gone. Hit him on the pads. And that's the wicket they wanted. Goff strikes for Australia. And the well set Sanjay Berry. Very important wicket at this stage for Australia. And that a huge blow for India. Sanjay Berry, the most important batter for India at this stage, has to walk back for 49. Unfortunately couldn't get his 50, but very well played. Sanjay Berry has to walk back for 49. India 72 for 2 after 14.3 overs. And that's time for drinks, guys. So end of the 15th over, India are 72 for 2, and very important that from here they have to, they should ensure that they don't get the pressure on them. I mean, they don't put the pressure on them. Look for those twos, and you will definitely get that odd boundary. I mean, ensure that they have to, put away those loose balls. Definitely, if they are gonna do that, that's gonna help India much better. Oh, goes for a swing and a miss. One small beaten on the occasion, Balaji. Oh, that's well played once again. But Australia have pretty much come back into this game. I mean, with the wicket of Sanjay Berry, I feel that Australia are in full control of the game at the moment. Once again, that's well played. That's guided through onto the leg side. Just a single to long off. So just one run coming of the three balls, and definitely the run rate, will climb over 8 in this over, and massively they need a boundary here in India, or else they should ensure that they can go for the shots, because they can't even get into that shell, because every dot ball that they play from now will ensure that pressure piles upon them, because Australia would always have that mindset, of staying ahead in the game. That's one thing I personally like about the Australian spirit, is that they are always one ahead of the opposition. So if you're always one ahead of the opposition, that's the sign of a great side, and that's what Australia are. In any form of the game, you see, in Test match cricket, in one day cricket, in T20 cricket, they always want to stay one up ahead of the opposition, and keep the opposition down. So that's why they are even today one of the greatest sides. And in fact, when it comes to World Cups, they are pretty much dominant in it. And be it the 50 over World Cup, they have won 6 of them now, with the 2023 World Cup win against India, and that's well swept. That's beautifully swept. That's a chase for the fielder, and indeed that reaches the boundary with ease. So 6 runs coming off the over, a very helpful over for India. End of the 16th over, 78 for 2 India. He's going for the flick shot. So India, are actually in a pretty good position as far as.
So that's a good afternoon to all the viewers. India, steady start, but need to cover more runs to win this game. Balaji Ramanathan, a set batsman, 16 from 34. And the new batsman Manuel Benjamin trying to go for a big shot. He tried it well and well executed for a boundary. Excellent shot from Emmanuel Benjamin. That's a boundary. Very well driven shot, but straight to the fielder. Just 2-3 yards away from the fielder would have got a boundary for Benjamin.
So once again a boundary, this time down the leg side, and so runs coming up here for India. Definitely not caught into a shell here. In fact, signal leg buys by the umpire. That's well defended once again. So end of the 17th over, and the score India 87 for 2. That's a wide ball to start from Phil Jackson. He's there to bowl the 18th over. So what can India do from here? I mean, looking at the circumstances, the over, is just around the 7.86 mark, the run rate, and the overs, you have 28 overs to go, and if you can, play through the next overs, make sure that somewhere around 160 to 170 runs to get in the final 20. I think they're in for a fight here, surely. So that should help their cause as far as India are concerned. So that shouldn't be a big issue for them. But how are they going to approach the next few overs? It's going to ensure the fate of this game. So another 60 runs with in the 7.3 overs remain to almost say the 20th over mark. So if they can get 60 runs from here in the next 7.3 overs, close to 8.5 an over from here, if they can play it for 7 overs, definitely they are going to be in a very good position, a very good fighting position, and give themselves a chance. That's well played. In fact, played close to the body. That pretty good line and length, and well consolidated from Emmanuel Benjamin. Last ball of the 18th over, and they just played around. So that's a dot ball to end the 18th over. End of 18 overs, 89 for 2 India. He hits it well, hits it hard, but will just go past the fielder there, but they'll get a single. No, in fact, they don't run on the misfield there. Off the new batter, bowled him. A straighter delivery. Balaji Ramanathan, just the pressure piling up on him. Tried to play it across the line, and Goff Patterson has cleaned up Balaji Ramanathan here. India are 89 for 3 at the end of 18.2 overs. So Australia we can now just say that they are pretty much there in the game. In the driver's seat at the moment, Australia. So that's a fine shot, picks the gap there, but once again there's a fielder there. So bowling to the field perfectly. And Subhash Chatterjee, a very, very important batter for India. In fact, came in a similar crisis situation against Sri Lanka and played a very handy knock. So pretty much capable, both these batters, of taking India close, but can they take them closer? Only time can answer, because it's very important that both these batters should play along for a while. And Australia at the moment have kept all their fielders on the onside inside the circle, so they are pretty much confident that they're gonna bowl more of offside. As I have told, as I mentioned previously, they've guarded the offside boundary and bowling to their fields, aren't they? So pretty important. So a boundary to end the over. End of the 19 overs. 94 for 3. India. So Phil Jackson is once again here. So he'll just get a single. Not giving boundaries easily over here, Australia. I mean, we can talk a lot about Australia today. Be it their running between the wickets, their execution of their line and length, spots they have pulled. That because anybody in cricket, I mean, can set a field. So, but then why are the bowlers who bowl really well, are appreciated so much? I mean, there are so many legends of the game who are actually celebrated. Is it surely because of that's once again well played, but no runs of that ball. So why are they highly appreciated? Because they set a field, and according to the field they bowl their balls. They let the batters play according to their field. So whereby this time goes for the sweep, but white signal by the umpire. So yeah, pretty important that they ensure that they bowl to their field and make the batters play accordingly. So bowling to the field, such an important and underrated part of bowling, in my opinion. That's very well hit. In fact, that's once again very good fielding. So the fielding and the running between the wickets, both of these factors, I think definitely draws the line between India and Australia in this particular game. So just 3 runs coming on this over. Oh, well bowled, that well played. So till the moment the run rate keeps rising, that that very thing will be very very important for Australia, because the run rate a crucial factor, the required run rate. The problem is that it keeps on climbing. That's the end of the 20th over. 97 for 3 India. So once again a dot ball. From the Australian side of things, they have to look to just bowl those, keep running in, keep bowling that length, and don't give much to the Indian batters, because the ones at the other end, that is the ones who are under pressure, are the batting side, that is India. So every dot ball that they play from now is going to turn advantages for Australia. So pretty important that Australia must ensure that they keep their length right, stop their boundaries, and more importantly, so they need to ensure that they are already giving their 100% commitment on the field. So if they continue to do that, I don't think that it would be an easy task for India to just go and chase this target down. So pretty important they do it consistently, and at the moment they are doing it perfectly well. So it's pretty good if they continue this kind of form. So once again a dot ball, just a single run coming off this over. Things getting pretty comfortable here as far as Australia are concerned. Once again, that's well played, this time on the onside. So guys, the likes of the Australian side, as we have spoken, have always been a threat. That's a good shot this time around. They'll get a boundary there down the leg side. So Subhash just capitalizing the ball down the leg side and hits it fine to the boundary. So that would be the end of the over. End of 21 overs. India are 102 for 3. So Phil Jackson to continue, goes down the leg side this time around. So that's a dot ball, and more importantly, the Australians have set high standards in this tournament, be it with their fielding, with the batting, and the consistency with which they have bowled has been standout. And in all three, departments, they're doing really well. So that's very much important for Australia. He's pulled it well. Just a single again. So just 4 more balls in this over to go, and yes, we were talking about the Australian standards. I mean, they're always the match winners that they produce are the ones always who perform at the right situation, at the crunch situations, because just for all you guys to recall, we saw Glenn Maxwell in a pretty important game against Afghanistan went on to score that mammoth score of 2 not 1 not out, and definitely, in my opinion, in most of cricket fans, cricket viewers around the world, what you guys would think is that was one of the greatest knocks ever. And meanwhile, we have seen a boundary here through the offside. Subhash. So he's capitalizing on the loose balls that they're getting here. Pretty much important that for India. So more importantly, talking about what Australia are. So they have those match winners. I mean, Australian players always have that killer instinct of performing at the right time. And when it comes to World Cups, no doubt, as we have spoken, they have a T20 World Cup to their name. The under 19 Australian side recently winning the 2024 under 19 World Cup. So a lot of their mindset is towards winning on these big occasions, and that's what Australia have actually even done here. Right, so that's the end of the 22nd over. End of 22 overs. India 108 for 3. So the first 3 balls ending up in dots as far as the 23rd over is concerned. Well, that's well driven. In fact, that's driven superbly down the ground, but there is protection there at long off. So just a single. I mean, so that's well hit. That's easy pickings for the batter there. So that's a fine boundary from Emmanuel Benjamin. So putting together the runs that come their way, India. So maybe at the end of the say 25th over mark, India would get a clearer picture rather than that. How much would they want at the last 20 overs, right? So very important that, and more importantly, so that's the end of the over. 6 runs coming off it. 23 overs are up. India 114 for 3. He's cut it well, but they don't go for the single indeed. So we almost past the halfway mark, and Australia very much ahead. Once again goes in the sweep shot, but this time they have a square leg which is slightly finer in its position. So they have a sweeper cover now on the boundary, mainly for the cut shot and the short over covers. So Australia pretty easy from here. They know what they have to do is just give those singles, because at any point in time, just the singles won't affect Australia. All that would affect them is the boundaries that they're gonna hit. So if they don't, concede those boundaries, it will become pretty easy for them. Once again, very well played on the cut shot, but then no harm as of it, just a single. So as we're speaking, the singles never really matter from here. At least one boundary, minimum they need a boundary from here, India, in order to give a fight in this game, take the game deep. So that's very well played indeed. So that's Phil Jackson onto his 7th over here has just given 22 runs. Not at all been easy to hit the bowlers here as far as India are concerned. That's well driven, tossed up in the air, but straight to the fielder. So that'll be the end of the. No, sorry, there is a ball remaining. Yeah, right. So just 2 runs coming off the over. Final delivery coming up. Maybe desperate for a boundary here. Enamel Benjamin. That's well played down the leg side, but that's the end of the over. It will result in a dot ball. So end of 24 overs, 116 for 3, India. So just a single to start. So this is all pretty important, and just have to understand the fact that they they need to get clarity from at least so, and just give it a try. I mean, if the spare can stay for a longer time, they definitely have the capacity to take India closer to the target. Not sure if they can not even needed that. They have to chase it down, at least take India closer to the target as much as you can, because just give it a fight, because that's why we play this beautiful game for. Once again, that's very well played. So looking at the field, a deep mid wicket, a long on in position, and slightly a wide or long off. So he'll definitely look to toss the ball up, and definitely have a feeling that he'll either want the batsman to go across the line and pop up straight one in the air, or rather, if you want to hit me down the ground, you can go for your shot. So that's what the bowler would communicate as far as this particular field is concerned, in my opinion. That's well defended. So the last two balls of the 25th over coming up. That's very well played. That's a dot ball. So last ball of the 25th over, and India needing 190 runs of the remaining 20 overs. So definitely a huge ask. The run rate has gone up to 9.5 now. Just pretty well left. So end of the 25th over, India 118 for 3. That's a good stop. So the single hit in the end. Initially, the batter called for the run, but eventually had to deny it as it went straight to the fielder. Once again, well defended. Once again, that's pretty well played. But this time once again, the fielder would have really well on the boundary. So 2 runs for India there. That's an appeal, huge appeal there for leg before wicket, but denied by the umpire. So just 2 runs coming out the first 4 balls of the 26th over. And no other go from India's point of view. From this point, they have to approach it like a T20 game. Go for the shots. Look if you can do something, with the bat, or just 1 or 2 shots. Just get into the groove and try your best. And that's what we can say from Indian perspective. So the final ball of the 26th over coming up, to be bowled by Phil Jackson. He's going to complete his 8th over. Has been very good with the ball, 9 for 25. That's hit very hard, but will go to the boundary. So down the ground, there's no protection there. That's a very good boundary. So that's the end of the 26th over, 125 for 3 India. So confusion there at the bowler's end, and Emmanuel is run out. So India are having just that trouble. Just the moment that it looked like, there was some hope for India, Australia have struck at the right moment. So no, that's been the game, today's game. I mean, whenever India have suddenly looked to get on the top, it's Australia who have come up and just taken the driver's seat. So that's been today's game, and so Subhash at the other end, the man who has to play through because he's the one who settled, and Emmanuel Benjamin has to walk for a very, very unfortunate run out. So India are 126 for 4 after 26.4 overs. Just a single. No, in fact, that's very good stop by the fielder at mid-on. That's another run out there. Direct hit. Appeal there, but that's given out by the umpire, I guess. We have to wait for the umpire's confirmation. The umpire has, I think, no, the umpire thinks that the batter has made his ground. Yes, indeed. Australia were pretty excited once they, saw the direct hit. I mean, a lot of times, right? The direct hit is always a very, very interesting call. The moment the ball hit the stumps directly, it's I think a very, very natural instinct for everybody to just go up and have a doubt. So yeah, pretty natural that from Australia. So the last ball of this over coming up, and just one run once again in this over. In fact, 2 runs in this over. And so the 28th over to start. That's well stopped by the fielder there. So fielding perfectly, the fielding and running between wickets. Australia have in both these departments have had a clear edge over India, and that is the only reason that we are seeing Australia dominate this particular game. Once again, bowls a beautiful length there. That's Phil Jackson. I think more of what Australia have done is they've played to their strengths, because they have not looked at what the previous scores at this venue are, or I don't think they have given much importance to all of those factors. Rather, they have understood what their strengths are. I mean, play to their strengths, and more importantly, so do the basics right. So doing the basics right is important in any form of the game. So in which case Australia have done that perfectly in my opinion, and once again cut well. This time cut beautifully. There's a man there, so they'll get a single. 2 runs coming off this over, and just a ball to go. They should definitely look to take India closer to the target, at least if not for the win. Just fight through, play through those 45 overs. Give yourself a chance. So that's what both these batters will look to do from here. End of the 28 overs, India are 130 for 4. David Benham, the off spinner, to continue for his third over. That's well played. They don't go for their single, and in fact they run a quick single there. Good shot. Once again, that's well played, but once again that is single in my opinion. Have to wait for the confirmation. Yes, they do run the single in the end. That's cut well. They go for a single once again. So reduce the margin of defeat. I mean, what India can do from here is definitely reduce the margin of defeat and play through. I mean, nothing wrong in just playing through. Well played once again. Just dragging the batter towards the front foot. That's a great shot. Plays through for a single there. So the final ball of the 29th over coming, and very importantly, someone like Subhash Chatterjee, who's been consistent with the bat for India. He can actually play through, and with all his confidence that the form that he's in, he can play through and get a score to his name. I mean, from here, that's a very good thing that they can do. End of 29 overs, 134 for 4. That's well played. That's cut on the offside, but perfectly bowling to the field. Bill Blair, the man who played really with the well with the bat, scoring 83 runs, is back with the ball. So can he, deliver with the ball also and end up this game with a match-winning all-round performance, right? Right, definitely can't write off India, but then definitely a tough target from here. I mean, 11 runs an over to go for 15 overs. India, if they can actually, try to make this game like a T20 game, that would be very much useful. And once again, plays on the single. So someone like Subhash Chatterjee, as we have mentioned the previous over, who's very good, who've been very good with the bat for India, been India's crisis man. Right, if I could give him that title, I don't think many would, you know, prove that statement wrong. So yeah, he's been India's crisis man. So he can play at one end, and look what can actually, take India as far as possible. That's pretty much what, from this point in time we can do. Once again, well defended, keeping it right on the line here is Bill Blair. As far as his point of view is concerned, the bowler himself, Bill Blair, he would definitely like to have a wicket or two, because being so good with the bat, contributed massively with the bat, because his innings, his quick fire 83 has taken Australia to such a good score. So if he can get to the wickets column, he would be a very very happy guy. So end of the 30 overs, India are 137 for 4. So welcome back, guys. We are just past the 30 over mark here, and we have Sam Davis with us in the commentary box at the moment. So, sir, he's part of the Australian team. Sir, how's been the experience throughout the tournament for you, sir, as a player, as a team man? What do you think about the overall overview of this tournament? You can just give your opinion.
Well, as a team, it's been fantastic. The venues, the hospitality have been really good, and obviously we've performed well apart from a hiccup against the West Indies. And really, I mean, being in India is fantastic. For me, it's the home of cricket, so we love it. So personally, I would have liked to have scored some more runs. I got runs in our practice games, and that's why I'm not playing today. But as a team, it's been magnificent and really enjoyed it. The conditions, the wickets have been fantastic to bat on. The outfields could probably be a little bit better, but otherwise it's been magnificent conditions and no rain, so that's very, very good for cricket.
Definitely, sir. And in fact, as you mentioned, no rain in Chennai, especially in Chennai, that is the southern part of the Indian subcontinent. We don't have much of rain, so
Yeah.
there are only three types of seasons. I mean, very humorously, what people here in Chennai is tell that we have only three seasons: hot, hotter, hottest. So you're definitely there in the hottest part of the year, to be pretty precise.
Yeah.
If you just go past the March month, I don't think till June you would need a sweater or something, because it's perfectly hot here.
Well, I don't think too many of us have brought jumpers, I'm telling you that. We've all been in shorts and t-shirt when we're not playing. It's been fantastic. But I come from Perth,
Okay.
and we've had, I think, 13 or 14 days since the new year over 40 degrees in Perth this year. So the humidity here is different, but it's not been too hot. But it's been great. The days have been 28, 31, bit of a sea breeze blowing in. So for us, well, certainly from Perth, it's been almost perfect conditions for cricket.
And definitely, sir, like in the time that you have spent here, say around a week or two, you've been in India now, and 2 weeks, yeah. So what do you think about the cricket culture? I mean, if you can draw a comparison.
It's fantastic here. Everyone you speak to, Aussie, cricket. I've never had anyone other than my family want to be in a selfie with me, and that's happening every day. So it's been, in fact, the taxi driver coming back dropped me off at the hotel from the airport. He asked for a selfie, and he sent it to his friend and said, Australian cricketer Sam Davis. His mate said, never heard of him. So yeah, just loving it here. Obviously everyone loves their cricket, and we've really enjoyed the hospitality from everyone that we've had.
Sure, sir. And more of
Good shot.
yeah, that's a fine shot. That in fact, I think they might get a boundary on this occasion. Yes, indeed.
Ball through mid-wicket.
Yeah, that's a fine shot. That. So, what do you think, sir? Moving ahead, what can Australia just do better? I mean, yes, you guys have been magnificent, and what better can you do? And push to the next level. What's your personal opinion on your team, sir? Like, you can be open.
Well, it's hard because we've had four. Well, this is the fifth. So we've had four really good games, and we had a very disappointing loss to the West Indies. So in that game, it was the only game where the wicket was a little bit up and down, and we didn't adjust to the batting conditions, and 200 wasn't enough, and we dropped an early catch in that game. But the other games we've played as good a cricket as 60-year-old men can play. So it's hard with that. Obviously, it looks like we're going to play New Zealand, I think, in the semi-final.
Yeah, most probably, sir. I think today's result should determine. That's a white ball there. So yeah, today's result should determine the semi spot.
Yeah, so it looks like New Zealand are going to beat the USA, I think, in their pool. So
Right.
they'll probably finish second in their pool, and I'm pretty confident we're going to win from this position in this game.
Yeah, so in a pretty good position.
And so that'll put us top and play them. So, I mean, it's just tinkering around the edges. It's partnerships. One of the things that we've been really good at with our batting is not facing maidens. And even like I said, there was an over today where the batter hit a six.
That's a boundary once again on this occasion through fine leg. So India just piling up the runs and just taking the game as close as they can. Right, sir.
Yeah, I like the positive commentary. Very good. So, but there was an over where a lad hit a beautiful 6,
Okay.
and then blocked 5 balls.
Hmm.
And if we bat, then we hit a boundary, we're looking to get 7 or 8 off the over, because then if they bowl 5 good balls, let's see if we can get a single off those balls, and that builds pressure back on the fielding teams. Our fielding's been very good throughout, but again, we've dropped a few catches. We dropped what could have been a vital catch today, so those little things, as we've talked about in our warm-ups, doing a bit more catching and fielding, and batting, just building big partnerships all the way through. That's the aim of what we're doing. Bowler's been consistent. Our captain's fantastic. He says, this is the field, let's bowl to that. And we've been very good.
Mm-hmm.
But it's hard for bowlers here, because if you hit it through the infield, it usually goes for 4.
Right.
So you can bowl a good ball that the batter's hit for 1, and it goes off the bat, and it's 4 runs. So they have been very batter-friendly conditions.
Yes, sir, definitely. And so that's the end of the 32nd over there. India 151 for 4. So, sir, I mean, desperately, my lifetime, objective, if I meet an Australian, was to ask, like, every single time, like any World Cup you guys take, the under-19 World Cups, the Women's World Cup, I mean, the Men's World Cup, I don't think, Indians would soon forget what happened on the 19th of November recently. So, what is it like, sir? Right from the underage category of cricket, are you guys, trained to be like that, or trained to be in that winning mentality? What makes the Australian team? I mean, even in this recently concluded 2023 World Cup, we saw Australia, with the likes of India and South Africa, didn't get to the greatest starts in the World Cup. But from there to come in and play that kind of cricket that they did, and to, we all remember what happened in the final. I mean, Australia single-handedly winning. I mean, that's not the first time, right? Like, you guys on and off, be it the T20 World Cup, the World Test Championship, any format. How are you guys trained, sir? Is it from a very young age? Do you guys have that mindset, or how is it exactly, sir?
I think the biggest part of it is Australian cricketers are brought up that team matters more than you. So everything is about the team. I've said to a few guys, I said I'd prefer to score a duck and win than score 100 and lose. And you say that to people from other countries and go, 100. And I think, yeah, but it's about team winning. So I'm not playing today, and I might not play again, but if I can be part of a team that wins a Grand World Cup, I'll be part of that team. I'll be in the pitches with the other boys. So yeah, you want to play and you want to do your best, but the focus when you're coached in Australia, it's all about the team. What can you do to help the team win in any given moment? So you've got to be the best you can be, but you've got to do that to help the team. It's not just about you as an individual. And I think that sets Australian teams up. When the pressure comes on, you're doing it for the team rather than you're doing it for yourself. And I think, and I don't know about other countries, but I think that's kind of what sets Australia apart, is the focus on team. And I've been lucky enough to do a bit of coaching in Australia, and that's certainly the focus. Whenever you talk, it's team. So you be the best you can be. What do you do well? What's your role in the team? Bat, bowl, field, what's your role? And then just do that to the best of your ability.
Right, so I mean, be it anywhere, that is the mentality, right? Like, you just go for the win. I mean, win or lose, because what that the end of the 33rd over, 153 for 4 India. So yeah, sir, talking about the mentality, I mean, like, you can win a cricket game, you can lose a cricket game any day. I mean, winning and losing is just part of the game, but the approach, I mean, from ball 1 to play the way that they did, that you guys do. I mean, beat any level of cricket. Recently we saw, very recently, I mean, that's there in my memory. That's why I want to recollect the World Cup. So what Glenn Maxwell did against Afghanistan, I mean, that 2-1 not out, I don't think I'll see an innings like that in my lifetime once again. So the ability to fight, I mean, is that a part of your Australian culture, or how are you just got up to that mentality, sir?
Well, that's a good shot. It's forward down the fine leg. I think, well, the first thing is batting, is you always have intent when you bat. So when I coach lads, I say, right, so we set up, the first thing you're looking to do is hit a 4 or a 6.
Okay.
And then if it's not a 4 or 6 ball in your zone, the next thing you're looking to do is score a single. So the last thing you're looking to do is to block or leave the ball. So your intent is always to score and to move the game forward. And then when you're bowling, how can we get a wicket? And sometimes you get a wicket by just bowling really good tight areas and building pressure up and batsmen throw their wicket away. But bowlers are looking, what's my stock ball? How do I build pressure? Fielders are taught, attack the ball. You know, we saw one here where Havey nearly did an absolutely brilliant run
Yes,
out.
I ran out.
But he's attacked that ball. If he'd let that ball come to him, would have been an easy single.
Single, right.
So if you run and attack the ball and you miss it, bad luck, you made a mistake, but it doesn't matter because you'll only get the run out by attacking that ball. So everything we try and do when we coach kids, and it comes through with our team, our captain's been fantastic with that, is let's be positive in everything we do. Let's have a positive intent in how you play the game, focused on being the best you can be. That's going to help the team to win.
So, definitely. So, yeah, sir. So you mean intent is a big part of your culture, right? If I get it right.
Yeah, and Aussies are like that. Aussies are pretty laid back, but they're achievement orientated people. You know, that's how our lives are built. You don't sit around. We have a term about bludgers, people who sit around and do nothing, and that's a derogatory term. You're putting people down if you're a bludger. So you got to get up. You got to have a work ethic. You got to go and work, do something, achieve something if you can, and that flows over into our cricket.
Right. So, sir, that's a fine shot once again. So India just piling up the runs they can to give something. Just put, if there's something left in the game,
What's the target there?
Target, sir, I think is around 300.
Is it?
Yeah, 145. So 308 the target.
Yeah, it's 150 off 12.
Yeah.
Have to hit a few more fours to get home then.
Yeah, sir, and pretty much I have this doubt. Like, I've heard on commentary say that you're from Adelaide, or you're from this part of Australia, you're from the western part of Australia. Like, if I'm not wrong, the western part of Australia, you're from the western part, right?
From
That is Perth, yeah.
Miles, 4,000 kilometres away, miles from the rest of Australia.
Okay.
There's a big desert in the middle.
Oh, okay. So yeah, does the part of from where you belong have an impact that the cricket that you play? Because does it impact the cricket you play? Because more of in our country, I'll just tell you our sake, more of the people from southern part of India, that is from the Chennai, the Andhra Pradesh or the Kerala, Karnataka sides, we are thought of more of playing on the front foot. We are taught that how to play on the top hand, not go across batted shots or something like that. But when you go more of north, you see fast bowlers being made because they are more bowling friendly wickets.
Yeah.
So how is the cricket culture in that regard in Australia, sir?
So traditionally in Australia, Perth and Queensland,
Okay.
the Gabba are more bouncy wickets because we have more sunshine.
Right.
And traditionally New South Wales are spinning wickets. And Victoria, their wickets are a bit stodgy, a little bit harder to bat on, maybe a bit lower and slower. And Adelaide are usually similar to your wickets, bouncy there. But people are just, you adjust to what the conditions that you're given, and that's that positive approach. So that's the tradition of that. But I play in Perth, and my club wicket is a bit low and slow. So not every wicket in Perth is fast and bouncy like the Wacker. So while the first class players grow up on those wickets, when you learn your cricket, you're playing on very different wickets.
Okay, so doesn't mean that on the very first day there is waist level bounce on every Perth wicket that you play, right?
No, there is on the Wacker and Optus Stadium, the new stadium there. That's a lovely bouncy wicket, but not every. But there tends to be more bounce in Perth than there is in Sydney. But it depends on the wicket and the bounce there, because the Perth wickets, for example, all of the clay there comes from one farm in the southwest. So you order your clay from the Wacker, and they deliver the clay. So everyone's got that same beautiful clay. If your curate is good at bringing them up, then you do get bouncy wickets.
Bouncy wickets, right. So that's once again, just try to play it late. behind the wicket, but beaten on that occasion. So, sir, what I wanted to ask you is the concept of drop pitches. I think that it's more prevalent in the Australian continent, if I'm not wrong, right? That's gone. No, that's gone for a good single. No, not a single there. That's a dot ball. Yeah. So the concept of drop pitches, the culture of drop pitches, is more prevalent in the Australian continent, right? Like more than any other continent of the world. You guys are, more accustomed to it. So can you tell us a brief on it?
You saying draw pitches
Yeah,
for
drop
draws?
pitches, drop
Or
pitches.
drop in
pitch.
Yeah, and that's because of our stadiums.
Okay.
So most of our stadiums, the SCG, the Gabba, are used for Australian rules football in the winter.
Okay. That is rugby, right?
No, Australian rules football is a very different game. It's Australian rules football.
Okay,
So
football.
it's called AFL. So
AFL.
it's
Yeah,
like
yeah,
a
yeah.
combination of soccer and rugby.
Rugby. Done.
So you
Yeah,
can
sir.
use your hands, you can kick it, and if you watch it, it's the greatest form of football in the world.
Okay.
So when you get home, go and Google Australian
sure.
AFL. It's a
AFL,
great
sure.
game. But our big stadiums, so like that's why they have drop-in pitches, because in the winter they don't want to run through the mud of when it's raining, and so those pitches turn to mud, and so they take the pitch out for Australian rules, lay the normal grass in, and that's what they do at the MCG. So
Right.
the MCG, for example, in winter they would have 2 Australian rules games, mostly Friday, Saturday, or Saturday, Sunday games, and they get 90,000 people goes to those games.
Right.
So it's a huge followed game there, and that's why they have the drop-in pitches, which was part of the reason why the Wacker and the Gabba are good, fast, bouncy wickets, because they didn't have Australian rules on them, so they don't have drop-in pitches.
Okay.
Although they do play Australian rules on the Gabba, but they don't have drop-in pitches. So it's because of the stadiums are used in winter, and that's why they have the drop-in pitches.
Okay. So that's why the Melbourne is kind of a two-paced wicket. Do you think?
Yeah, because of the drop-in pitches
Drop-in
there.
pitches.
Yeah. So they dig the turf wicket out, and they put in the drop-in pitches on these amazing big cranes. They bring them all in because they're very heavy to drop them in. And it's a bit why some of the pitches have become similar around Australia instead of having their characteristics. So like the Gabba and Perth were always bouncy. Adelaide was always a great batting wicket that would break up a bit on the last day. Sydney would spin. Melbourne would be a bit low and slow. And it used to be good because the pitches were different in Australia. But now the drop-in pitches, they're all getting a little bit similar, which I don't think has made Test cricket as interesting as it used to be.
Right, sir. So you have answered my next question. Yeah. So I was, going to ask you how the characteristics, change due to these drop-in pitches. So as you spoke, pretty much, due to the drop-in pitches, now it has become pretty similar now.
Yeah.
And
Smith's just come on to bowl.
yeah, Darren
Replaced
Smith,
Bell.
who batted really well.
Yeah, very well.
Pretty well.
He's had a great carnival so far. He's opened the batting beautifully, and he's an absolutely, at this level, he's a gun fielder. And he gets, if you watch him, he's a very enthusiastic bowler at times, so he's always entertaining to watch.
So pretty much, sir, all of you guys have been at the first class level.
No, none of us have played first class cricket. So very few of the people in the 60s and our 50s, very few of them have played first class cricket. We probably, you describe us more as cricket tragics that we've played. A number of the guys in this team have played, Bobby McGee, who's not playing today, he's played for Queensland.
Okay.
And Peter O'Reilly played some second 11 for New South Wales, but pretty much the rest of us have been good or average club cricketers. We've just stayed fitter than all of the other players, so and our skill levels have stayed the same, and that's why we're playing for Australia now. So we've maintained that fitness and energy that other people haven't been able to do.
Right, sir. And I just wanted to ask you this question. I mean, I've read a few articles and heard on commentary also that the Australian sports culture, there is something about that Australian sports culture because be it for anywhere. I mean, for that matter, even that's a great catch. Yeah,
That is a great catch.
indeed, very very aerobatic in the field today. The Australians.
That's Pavey again. That is a super catch.
If I'm not wrong, had that great knock, right? Okay, got a
At the end-
66
at the
odd.
end,
Yeah.
He'll be telling us about that catch for the next 2 days, I guarantee it.
Yeah, pretty aerobatic in the end. So after a pretty good partnership, Subhash has to walk out. Pretty much try to keep India in the game, and at the end of 35.5 overs, India are 106 for 5. Yeah, sir. So even bringing the Trans-Tasmanian rivalry into the picture, that's more of the Australian-New Zealand rivalry, right?
Yeah.
So most of these sports culture in Australia, I've heard that every family has one or two sports people in it, like sports person who played maybe a variety of sports, right? So how is that impacting the success of Australia across sports?
Well, one of the great things is sport is relatively cheap in Australia, so most people can afford to play sport as kids. And there's a culture in our schools of kids. Every kid does physical education. A lot of that is based on catching, throwing, running, jumping. So kids have a sports culture, and our community people are encouraged to play sports. And in Australia now, there's so many different sports that you can choose. I mean, I was once told in India that cricket's on the roof and then the next sport's down near the bottom of the door for as far as popularity goes. We have so many sports, like we have Australian rules football, we have rugby, we have soccer, we have so many sports. Netball's huge for our girls.
Sorry?
Netball.
Oh, netball. Okay.
The Olympic sports are really big. One of our players here, his daughter plays water polo for Australia.
Oh, very good.
So any kid can play any sport. And then obviously through that culture, then the kids that excel in one sport, they're encouraged by their coaches to go through, and there's very good support mechanisms to help kids to get to their local club level and then the next level above, and then play state, and then if they're really good, they can play for Australia. So there's a lot of support, and it's in our culture to play sport.
Right, that's pretty good, sir. And in fact, in many ways, I think that sport teaches us a lot. I mean, more of back in the day when our teachers used to ask, what does cricket teach you? I mean, if you ask me if you ask me any fine day, what does cricket teach you? I mean, I think it teaches me life, right? Like one fine day you're there at the top, you're winning, you're getting those runs, whatever you just put your hand out, a catch sticks onto your hand, but the other day, you come front, you go to play the ball, but it turns and just hits the stump. I mean, you honestly don't know how it goes. So it definitely teaches you how life is. So what does cricket mean to you personally, sir?
Well, I'm a cricket tragic. So there's three things that are in my life that are really important. My family is number one, and then my sport, my cricket, which is my main sport, and then work and other friends is a great part of life. But yeah, cricket is, that's why I'm still running around at 60 still playing cricket, because it's my passion. And that's why we're all here. And I think you're right with cricket, unlike other sports, especially if you're a batsman, it can be cruel at times, because you can get a really good ball and nick it, and you get out, there's another wicket down. I think that's Smith just taken that catch at backward point.
Yes, but definitely Australian control. Yes, go ahead.
Well, how often do you score 100 without getting dropped once? And then how often do you smash one, someone takes a blinder and you're out for 5, and you think on another day that could be my luck. But the good players do the better things for longer, so they tend to, when they have their luck, they go on and make scores. But yeah, I think definitely cricket teaches you a lot of life lessons and dealing with things, adversity, and being tough and coping with that. So I'm a great believer in that in the cricket.
Yes, sir, sure, indeed. And Australia, as you mentioned, sir, have got another wicket.
6.
Yeah, for 6 now. 167 for 6, the score at the moment.
Well, someone's going to play an absolute blinder for India if they're going to get up from here. I think the Aussies are pretty comfortable here.
Yeah, at the moment. Now the Glenn Maxwell in the making, yeah?
I haven't seen... No, he's a freak. Just love watching him bat now.
And yeah, sir, I mean, that takes me to another question. Like, normally, there is this Aussie spirit that, once you get your baggy green, that is your test match cap, right? Test cap for Australia. That's considered pretty important. But with the introduction of T20 cricket, players like Glenn Maxwell, David Warner. I mean, I'm sorry, sir. I'm a very this generation kid, so and all of these players very well. David Warner, Glenn Maxwell, all of these players who have actually come to who have that intent from ball one, right? So when some of these players come up at the age category level, how are they groomed up, sir?
Well, that positive intent, and I think there's a bit. Most kids now grow up still wanting to get a baggy green cap. So that's for most players. And you talk to, and I've had the privilege of coaching a few players who've gone on to play for WA and for Australia. You talk to those guys playing for Australia in Test cricket. That's still their number one. There's a few. I mean, Timmy David's a classic example of a Perth boy who didn't get a WA contract and he changed his focus to T20 cricket. But I reckon if you spoke to Tim now, if you said if you could play a Test match, he would take that chance 100%. But he's realised his cricket strength and how good is he? He's fantastic. His cricket strength is T20 cricket. But I don't see most of the kids coming through. They're still looking. In WA they want to play Shield cricket for WA, and they obviously want to play underage cricket and then under 19s for Australia if they can. That one's gone for 4 at fine leg. But that's their primary intent of most kids in cricket, is they want to play Test cricket for Australia. There's a few, but not many. Though, if you ask those kids coming through, if you could have a Test career or a T20 career, I think most would grab a Test cricket career. And they're pretty well looked after financially. I mean, the players that play Test cricket earn a pretty comfortable income. Not quite what they earn in the IPL, but still they're looked after very well.
Yes, pretty much. And I just wanted to ask you on. I mean, we have all seen Test cricket played with the pink ball. I mean, the longer format play with the pink ball, but now you guys are playing the shorter format with the pink ball. So what is that you think? I mean, what difference does it actually make? Because we know that from a very layman perspective, we know that the pink ball moves really well, right? So what impact does it make with the limited over format?
I think for me as a batter, and I've opened the batting, I like the pink ball because the seam is very easy to pick up.
Right.
And I think opposed to a red ball with a white seam and it falls away a bit, for the whole innings, like you can still seam, if you're watching here, you can still see the seam.
Right.
So for us with our 60-year-old eyes, I actually like the pink ball, and it tends to swing early, so you can pick, if it swings a little bit late, that's a lot harder to play than if it swings a lot early. So it doesn't make it harder for the batters, and 60-year-old cricket is all about batters, because there aren't too many bowlers who can. That's a lovely shot.
That just was very quick on the bat.
Yeah, he smacked that. Yeah, and so it's a batting game at 60-year-old cricket. There aren't too many bowlers who can bounce or bowl big spinning balls. So the good batters, and you've seen it all through the tournament. I mean, they're fantastic batting conditions here, but there are regularly scores in 45 overs of 250, 300. So the pink ball, I think, in these conditions have been really good.
Right, sir. And that's the end of the 30th over. 177 for 6, India. So has it definitely? It has not impacted the way that you play. But then, do you think that conditions across that you have played through, as you mentioned, it's been completely batting friendly conditions, right? But do you think that the myths you have heard about India, that the ball turns a mile away and all that, definitely you might have heard all that myths, right? So what do you observe from those kind of myths? I mean, do you find conditions that are spin friendly? Because most of the bowlers who have succeeded in this tournament are actually spinners, right? So what is your opinion about that?
I think the spinners are more effective because they're a bit slower. They take the pace off. all of the batters here have played a little bit higher levels, want a bit more pace on the ball, so it makes it easy to score when it's a bit quicker coming onto the bat. But it's interesting you say the spin conditions. In Perth I play for a club, Western Suburbs, and we have a team that are all Indian doctors.
Right.
So I got a bit of a lowdown on the pitches here, and they said they looked at the grounds and they said, well, if you're just playing one-day cricket, they're going to be very good batting conditions. They said if you were playing a 3-day game, it might be spinning and bouncing a bit, but the wickets here, because they're one-day games, have been batter friendly. So definitely the spinners are more effective in this cricket because they take the pace off the ball.
Right.
And that means the batters have to make their own pace, and we aren't quite as powerful as we used to be. Oh, here's a catch. Pavey. Oh, just dropped it. Oh, well, that's disappointing he dropped it, but it might be good for us in the bar tonight because we'll be able to say you took one and dropped one.
Yes, sir. And you told about the 3-day games. I mean, if you played a 3-day game, why? I mean, your friends would have given that opinion. Is that because the wickets tends to break? I mean, pretty simple. With the humid conditions out here, the wicket tends to break, and that brings the spinners massively into play. Right. So that would be the main reason why your friends would have definitely suggested that to you.
If we played a 3-day game, we'd probably all be in hospital at our age, I reckon. I don't think there'd be many bodies moving. It's hard enough with the 45 overs in the field. So please don't suggest that we play 3-day cricket.
But whatever said and done, sir, honestly speaking, at the age of 60 to come here, I mean, that's the end of the 39th over and 179 for 6 India. Yeah, to come here, I mean, to play a World Cup. I mean, the passion to play is pretty much there, sir. So you guys have done a pretty great job, and I just have one more question, sir. I mean, as far as Australia is concerned, even if you're say you're above the age of 25, 27, let's take for instance, Mike Hussey nearly debuted for Australia, got his baggy green at the age of close to 30, if I'm not wrong. So what is the culture? Like, do you give your players the cushion that you tell them at a very young age? Yeah, right. There is no time that's late actually. To start your career, right? You start at 19, you start at 20, even though you can go ahead and get your baggy green. So what's that late debut concept that you have in Australia?
I think it's more so that in Sheffield Shield cricket, the players can have a good wage. So those players like Mike Hussey was playing for WA, and he was going, in the winter he was playing in England, so he could still make a pretty good living as a Shield cricketer. So then, and he was a very stodgy, people can't believe it, but as a young player he barely scored. He was a very slow batter, and then as he got older his game expanded and he learnt his skills, and there weren't many better players for Australia for the time that he was playing. But I think Sheffield Shield cricket now allows players to stay in the game for longer, and those guys that can be very good Shield players and can be comfortable, not make a lot of money, but have a comfortable living, so then they can build their skills, and then players like Mike Hussey and Chris Rogers, those guys can later in their career then have built their skills up and they go, okay, now I'm ready to play Test cricket. There aren't too many Ricky Pontings who can come in, or Michael Clarks who can come in at 18 and excel from the start, because international cricket is so hard. I mean, you're lucky you've got young Jaiswal coming in. He's scoring, but again, at the same point, the tour before, Shupman Gill was said to be the next absolutely magnificent player. Now, he's playing good Test cricket, but he's not that dominant player that we were told when he came to Australia he may be. So it just shows that next level Test cricket is so hard to play. You have to be a freak to play at that level, in my opinion.
So pretty much, so that's the end of the 40th over, 181 for 6 India here. And definitely, so you guys are heading towards a very, very comfortable win, right from here. Yeah, so we're pretty much going well. So so what are you guys, sir? The under 60s team. Most probably, what do you guys actually plan? I mean, do you just, as far as bowling is concerned, do you just want to keep it in the spot?
Yeah, and it's the skippers teach the field, but Glenn McGrath said it, top of off. When you talk about
Top of
bowling
off.
plans, he said top of off. So that's pretty much it. Pitch the ball up, off stump or outside, and then build pressure from there. And you know, it's a pretty basic game. My belief is most teams win because they do their basics better for longer. So
Right.
if you do your basics better for longer, that builds pressure up. If you bat better for longer, you make big scores. So people make a lot more of cricket than it should be. It's a simple game, but obviously if you can, I mean, we saw today that the key wicket fell because Paddo bowled 5 outies and then an innie, and he let the innie go when he was out LBW.
LBW, right.
You know, so you've still got to have those skills, but again, the basic was he bowled 5 good balls off stump and then another good ball off stump, but it swung the other way.
Swung the other way, right.
So it's not too hard. I wonder what's happening here. We've had some interesting discussions all tournament between the players and the umpires.
Yeah, sir. No, that might be for the just maybe for subbing the players out.
Yeah, it took a couple of days to sort the rules out, but we're only allowed to sub every 5 overs.
Okay.
So you can sub 5, 10, 15, 20, and each player has to be on the ground for 35 overs.
Okay, so you can only stay out for 10 overs.
So you can only be off for 10 overs. So sometimes the umpires interject and say, no, that player can't go. And so I'm not a captain, so I don't let those rules bother me. But yeah, so we're very conscious of you can only be off for a maximum of 10 overs, and you can only swap. And it's a bit like basketball. You have to go through the third umpire and let him know who are the players coming on and who are the players coming off, because he keeps that record. But every tournament you play has little quirks of the rules and just different things that you have to adjust to. So, and at 60, it's pretty good to be able to spend 10 overs off the field when you can.
Yeah, sir, pretty much. But honestly speaking, you guys have been very good throughout the tournament, and you guys always, as far as World Cups, that's a great stop there from mid-off. Yeah, the mid-off fielder, indeed, and always. I mean, what are your pre-pep talks like before you come into a certain World Cup?
Well, for me, this is the first World Cup I'd been to. Last year I went to Barbados. There was a tournament there, and I played for Australia there. But my aim was just to firstly fit in with the team, because coming from Perth, I didn't know the other guys very well, so that's fitting in. And then obviously I'd hope to score more runs than I have here, but primarily to be part of a winning team. So for me, I keep fit in the winter. I umpire Australian rules, so run between 8 and 12 kilometres a game, so that keeps the fitness up. And that's the key part for us. If you have a look, I believe the Australian selectors, that was one of the main criteria, is you have to be mobile, you have to be fit in the field, and today it's shown out our fielding has been very good, and that builds a lot of pressure on batsmen, because they don't get easy singles, they've not got fast enough there, so that field's misfielded on the boundary. We probably would have been looking to run a 2, but the Indian guys aren't as fit, so they've just trotted through for 1. So preparation is all about that.
Yes, pretty much, and I think that the fielding and the bowling standards have just been just above the bar. I mean, the Australian standard, as we all like to call it. Yes, as Indians, we pretty much like the Aussies, but then not in the not when you're playing against us, obviously. Yeah.
Well,
but other than that, all of us love Australian cricket for what it is. So was a pleasure having you in the commentary box, sir.
Thank you. It's been a great time, and trust you have a good last 2 games to finish off the tournament.
Sure, sir. So pleasure having you in the commentary box, sir. Thank you very much. So,
have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. End of the 41 overs, 185 for 6.
Boni Panasio. That is Boni Panacasio. Bowling his 8th over. So almost we are to final stage of this match. Australia will be cruising to a victory in another few minutes. Subramanya Raju and Sam David, they are on the middle. The formalities to be completed. 2 more overs to go. India 189 for 6 at the end of 43 over. Richard continuing the 44th over. India was really fighted back well, but couldn't reach the winning line. But definitely they played a very good tournament so far, and they will be continuing. What a shot that was! That was an excellent effort at the point. Very good stall. Just a single here. Still one more ball left in this over. Subramanya Raju playing for 7 from 16 deliveries. Richard, last ball of the 44th over, and it's dot ball at the end of 44 overs. 191 for 6 India.
So pretty much dominant performance this from Australia. In fact, they're playing the 5th game here and going towards a 4th commanding win. So post the loss against the West Indies, they've come back really well here. Australia, a side always known for comebacks. So Sam David at the other end has batted through. I mean, India have, almost pretty successfully gonna complete their quota of 45 overs. Australia, on this particular day, have been above the standards. I mean, have set high standards as far as fielding is concerned, batting is concerned. Been really good. So a completely dominant performance from Australia. Indeed. So India definitely will get back to the drawing board and will ensure that just correct the mistakes. I mean, they are doing things well, but where can they get it better? That's what they'll look to do. Then that's going past the behind the wicket keeper, and they'll get 2 runs for it. So Sam David moves to 44 there, and a couple of deliveries, if he can get his 50, would be a very remarkable one. But indeed, whatever said and done, the day has belonged to the Aussies. I mean, pretty much with the bat, with the ball on the field, very well played. So just a ball to go. But India, although have managed to play their quota of 45 overs, that's a stumping toe. So very well done. Tony Pencasio has completed his 9th over successfully here, 2 for 34, and Australia have got a commanding victory here. The Australian flag will fly high there. 113 run victory over India. So very well played, Australia. They have batted well, bowled well, fielded really well. I mean, I felt that the running between the wickets and fielding has been the reason for the Australian side rather coming up trumps against India, and I think pretty much they will, with a big margin of victory today, they'll stay top of their group, and in fact will stay at the first place. So Bill Blair bowled really well. I mean, in fact bowled really well with the ball and batted extraordinarily well. I mean, 83 runs of 61 deliveries there, not out staying in fact batted really well. In fact, what I felt that was the difference between the 250 and the 300 mark was actually due to Bill's innings. So pretty much they're acting as the turning point for this game, and pushing the momentum, shifting the momentum towards Australia. So in the end, Australia have won by 113 runs, and I think they'll pretty much stay top of the table, as I have mentioned previously. And India, on the other hand, have had a very good game against the West Indies, but will have to now go back to the drawing board and just check on where can they just improve in order to give a great comeback in their next game. So guys, thank you to all our viewers, and we also had Sam Davis from the Australian side in our commentary box today. He who gave us very good inputs, right? So guys, thank you for joining us. It was a pleasure. Thank you very much.